Chapter 70. 10 days later, Holy City. Holy Alliance Conference Hall. All 61 members of the 10 new Monster Hunters teams quietly sat down according to their respective Monster Hunters. Compared to when they left the Holy City, they had clearly changed. Including the time spent on the road, it had been 3 months. In these 3 months, their faces had lost some of their childishness and had gained a bit of unswerving determination and hardships. They had arrived at the Holy City last night and had been called here early in the morning. The completion of the 3-month trial also signified the end of the Monster Hunters trials. Today should also be the last time they would gather together. Next, they would go their separate ways and begin their journey as Monster Hunters. The 10 new Monster Hunters team leaders entered the conference hall from the side door. Behind them, the leaders of the 6 great temples stationed in the Holy City entered the conference hall. Knights Templars Holy Knight Captain Han Q, Assassin Temple Chivalry Hall Mastering Sui Feng, Warrior Temple Berserker Hall Master I Kwang, Temple of the Priests Priest Temple Master Ra Shui, Magic Temple Magician Squad Leader Lin Chin, and Soul Temple Spirit Fantasy Hall Master San Shui. At this time, these six great temple vice-temple masters had very gentle expressions on their faces as they took their seats, one after another. Of the 10 team leaders besides Gao Ingjia, the other 9 sat in the row behind them. Gao Ingjia stood in front of the rostrum, waiting for the 6 vice-temple masters to take their seats. Then he stood at attention and performed a standard knight salute to open the conference. Han Q nodded to him. Gao Ingjia said in a deep voice, "First Soldier Rank Monster Hunters Team Leader Gao Ingjia has received orders to report. The 10 new Monster Hunters have successfully completed their trial, obtained the Exorcist Mountain Pass Military's affirmation, and obtained a high evaluation. All new Monster Hunters have performed outstandingly and are allowed to complete the trial." Han Q nodded to him and said, "You 10 team leaders have worked hard. Please return." Gao Ingjia thumped his chest with his right hand and once again completed the knight's salute, boldly returning to his seat in the second row. Han Q smiled and looked at the 61 new members of the Monster Hunters and said, "I'm very satisfied. You have proved your capabilities to the Covenant Alliance with your abilities and actions. You are the pride of the Alliance and the temple you belong to. Compared to the results you've achieved, I'm more happy to see all of you appear before me in one piece. The end of this trial also means that you have completed the entire process of the Monster Hunters trial. Your performance was outstanding, as it is very difficult to determine military merits on the battlefield. The Alliance has decided that your final results in the team competition will be based on the total number of Monster Hunters merits. Last night, your captains already reported the contribution points of your demon hunt squads. Now, I will read out the final rankings. From low to high, Soldier level number 8 Monster Hunters. Total team merit 1,280. Soldier level number 9 Monster Hunters. Total team merit 1,346. Soldier level number 6 Monster Hunters. Total team merit 1,451. Soldier level number 5 Monster Hunters. Total team merit 2,041. Soldier level number 3 Monster Hunters. Total team merit 2,062. Han Q paused at this point. He had already read out the total team merit of the last 7 Monster Hunters. Before today, none of the new Monster Hunters knew what the other team's team merit would be. When Duan Yi heard that the Soldier level number 3 Monster Hunters that he led was actually in 4th place and didn't enter the top 3, his entire team's expression turned ugly. Not entering the top 3 meant that there was no reward for the team competition. At this time, the only teams that hadn't been announced were Monster Hunters number 1, number 2, and number 4. Han Q glanced at the 7 Monster Hunters that were slightly discouraged and said, "The final top 3 teams are very close in terms of team merit." Although the rewards for the team competition are quite high, it's just a drop in the bucket compared to what you'll get in the future. Let's continue. Monster Hunters number 2. Total team merit, 2,115. You're in third place. Everyone will be rewarded with 300 team merit. Hearing Han Q's announcement, Yang Wenjiao's pupils contracted almost instantly. He clenched his fists subconsciously. He lost. He lost again. And this time he only got third place. His gaze, subconsciously, looked at Long Haochen beside him. He was secretly amazed. How could this be? They hadn't participated in the follow-up mission for about 50 days. At this moment, the most nervous ones were Monster Hunters number 1 and number 4. As the team leaders, Long Haochen and Lu, she couldn't help but sit up straight. In second place, Monster Hunters number 4. Total team merit, 2,158 team merit. Everyone will be rewarded with 500 team merit. Hearing this announcement, Lu, she almost collapsed on the back of the chair. He was even more shocked than Yang Wenjiao. Yes, when it came to the ability of team leaders, he knew that he wasn't as good as Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao. However, Monster Hunters number 4 had the most balanced professions. They had done their best to obtain such an outstanding result. However, even though they had defeated number 2 and number 3, they still lost in the end. A faint smile appeared on Han Qian's face as he said, "The final champion naturally belongs to the first soldier, grade Demon Hunt Squad. It's a pity that Monster Hunters number 4 only lost 2 team merit. Soldier level number 1 Monster Hunters no. 1 has a total of 2,160 team merit. They will be rewarded with 1,000 team merit each. The reward does not include the Retainer Knight. Lord Saint Knight Elder." Lu, she stood up. Although his emotions were obviously a little agitated, he still bowed to Han Qian first. Han Q smiled and said, "Lu Shi, do you have any questions?" Lu, she took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Long Haochen not far away and said, "Lord Saint Knight Elder, I do have 2 questions. Our Monster Hunter selection competition has always been fair and just. I don't question the Alliance's final decision, but as the team leader of Monster Hunters number 4, I hope that I can understand why I lost." "Good, tell me your questions." Han Q seemed very calm and collected. He said with a smile on his face. Lu Shi's face was somewhat flushed because of his excitement. He said in a loud voice, "Lord Saint Knight Elder, in this trial, me and my companions have already exhausted all of our strength in the Exorcist Mountain Pass. We worked hard unceasingly, and only after 2 months did we obtain a total of 2,158 team merit. My first question is, although soldier level number 1 Monster Hunters are outstanding and even stronger than us, how could they obtain a total of 2,160 team merit when they didn't participate in any mission for a whole 49 days? On this point, I believe the other Demon Hunt squads present also share the same doubts." When he said this, the majority of Monster Hunters leaders couldn't help but nod their heads. Only Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi didn't express their opinion. Although they also lost, compared to letting Monster Hunters number 4 obtain the final championship, they naturally hoped to see their fellow knights, Templars Long Haochen, lead the soldier level number 1 Monster Hunters to obtain this honor. After all, Long Haochen had also obtained the final victory in the individual competition. The second question comes from Long Haochen's Retainer Knight. "Lord Saint Knight Elder, according to the Alliance's regulations, the Retainer Knight's merit cannot be included in the team's total merit. However, the merit can be passed on according to an individual's merit token. How can the Alliance guarantee that Long Haochen's Retainer Knight didn't pass on his merit to Long Haochen? Even if he only passed on 2 merit points to Long Haochen, it would be enough to change the final result of the team competition." Lu Shi's mood clearly became somewhat agitated when he said this. The difference in the total reward between first and second place was as much as 3,000 merit points. Moreover, there was an even more important honor. At this time, even Lin Xian, who had the best relationship with Long Haochen, couldn't stop Lu Shi, because what Lu Shi said was completely for the sake of the team, without any selfish motives. Han Qiu listened to Lu Shi's words, nodded slightly, and said, "Captain Lu Shi, please sit. Just as you said, the Demon Hunt selection has always been based on fairness and impartiality. Since there are doubts, the Alliance will definitely give everyone an explanation. Captain Gao Yingjie, please explain Captain Lu Shi's 2 questions." "Yes." Gao Yingjie stood up and walked from his seat to the front. He gave the 6 people on the VIP platform another night salute and said in a deep voice, "I swear on the honor of the night that everything I said is the truth." The 6 vice temple masters nodded at him simultaneously. Gao Yingjie was an extremely famous figure in the Knights Templars. Back in the day, he was also the captain of a monster hunters team. He was in the same team as the parents of that little girl, Shi Xiaoxue. During one of their operations, they were ambushed by the demons. Gao Yingjie did his best to protect his companions and break out of the encirclement. But what could he do? The enemy had a demon god as their commander, whose strength far surpassed theirs. In the end, Gao Yingjie used the flames of light to burn his own life, and even used the sacrifice skill. Together with Shi Xiaoxue's parents, they also burned their own lives. Only then did the other 3 companions escape. Gao Yingjie was originally going to die, but just as the demons were planning to dispose of his corpse, another powerful monster hunters received the news and rushed over, finally pulling him back from the brink of death. After returning, Gao Yingjie blamed himself for the death of Shi Xiaoxue's parents and was unwilling to form a monster hunters team again. He even recuperated for 3 years before gradually recovering. But his spirit of not hesitating to sacrifice his life for his companions was recognized by everyone. In the future, there was a high chance that he would become a knight on a golden pedestal. Therefore, even the 6 vice hall leaders had to show him some respect. Gao Yingjie turned around, looked at Lu Shi, and said in a deep voice, "I will first explain your first question. The reason why first soldier rank monster hunters have more than 2,000 merit points is due to both strength and luck. Long Haochen once received an order from the Exorcist Mountain Pass's military chief, Lingxin, and left the city alone to participate in an important battle. Relying on the Eye of Truth released by his mount, he avoided the danger of the brilliant Angel Knight regiment being completely annihilated. At the same time, he also rescued Lingxin's military chief, who had used the anti-child spiritual stove. But these 2 matters should have given him a large amount of merit points as a reward. But because the military didn't inform us, the team leaders, of this mission, in the end, it was only Long Haochen who made amends for his mistakes, and there was no additional reward. He only received the part that killed the enemy on the battlefield. Secondly, in the mission that your 10 new monster hunters teams carried out together, you should still remember the final blow of Long Haochen and Kair. At that time, you probably didn't clearly see who their opponent was. As the commander of that mission, Long Haochen led his subordinate first soldier rank monster hunters to face the toughest opponents: 4 dark green dual-bladed demons and 6 eight-eyed demon eye warlocks. Relying on the team's strength, they destroyed them. But in the carriage guarded by these intermediate demons, an accident occurred. Inside the carriage, there was a bloodthirsty beta, a rank 7 demons of the Makoja's race. It was also the true guardian of the light elemental spirits that you later met. First soldier rank monster hunters, Vice Captain Long Haochen and Kair, with the help of their companions, jumped ranks to activate the special abilities they possessed. In the end, they killed the rank 7 bloodthirsty beta, but they also received a considerable degree of damage. After this mission, their team received a total of 700 merit points as a reward from the military, and killing a rank 7 bloodthirsty beta earned a whole 1,000 merit points. This was the main source of the 2,000 merit points they obtained. At the same time, it was also one of the reasons why they didn't participate in the mission. As the leader, I believe that Long Houchen's performance in that mission could be called perfect. He took on the most dangerous mission and handed over the light elemental spirits to the Exorcist Mountain Pass military. As the leader, I am very proud of him and his companions. Gao Yingjia's voice was very loud and clear. Hearing his words, the members of 1st Soldier rank monster hunters unconsciously puffed out their chests. Yes, they had a clear conscience. Those 2,000 merit points were exchanged for by risking their lives. They didn't feel guilty to anyone. Listening to Gao Yingjia's narration, Lu Shi's expression gradually calmed down. Recalling some of the memories of that day, the originally somewhat unconvinced 9 monster hunters didn't utter a word. In the battle that day, they hadn't met any particularly strong opponents, but they hadn't expected that 1st Soldier rank monster hunters would actually face so many strong enemies. Gao Yingjia's gaze swept across the members of monster hunters below. As for Captain Lu Shi's second question, I only have one explanation. The merit points of the 1st Soldier rank monster hunters are evenly distributed. Right now, each of them has 360 merit points, including the healer and support Han Yu. Therefore, if we calculate Han Yu's merit points, his team's total merit points would be 2,520. After saying this, he once again turned around and saluted the 6 Vice Palace Masters before returning to his position. Hearing his explanation for Lu Shi's second question, even the 6 Vice Palace Masters on the stage couldn't help but be moved. If this had happened to a veteran monster hunters, they wouldn't have been surprised. However, the 1st Soldier rank monster hunters were nothing more than a newly promoted monster hunters. Even the retainer knight had evenly distributed the merit points. What else was there to say? Yes, the 1st Soldier rank monster hunters had won the championship. Their victory was very dangerous, but it was absolutely well-deserved. There was no room for doubt. At this moment, Lu Shi's expression had changed greatly. She slowly stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Thank you for your explanation, Leader Gao. We sincerely accept our defeat. On behalf of the 4th Soldier rank monster hunters, I congratulate the 1st Soldier rank monster hunters for winning the championship." Long Houchen hurriedly stood up. He could maintain his composure in the face of all the doubts, but it was clearly not suitable for him to remain calm at this moment. "Thank you, Leader Lu Shi. I also want to thank every newly promoted monster hunters present. We all walked into the monster hunters family together. We are all comrades and partners. I hope that we will have the opportunity to carry out missions together in the future." Next was the award ceremony. Apart from Han Yu, everyone from the 1st Soldier rank monster hunters received a total of 1,000 merit points. However, after returning to the team, there was no need for Long Houchen to say anything. Everyone took the initiative to give 142 merit points to Han Yu. It was still the same military merit points. At this point, the total merit points of the 1st Soldier rank monster hunters had reached 8,520. They were only a little more than 1,000 away from the 10,000 merit points required to advance. It must be mentioned that on the way back, Chen had finally succeeded in breaking through to the 5th rank with the help of her outstanding talent of the chaotic body. Now, the only thing that the 1st Soldier rank monster hunters needed to advance to the general level was the merit points. There were many forbidden areas in the Holy City. Among them, there was a rather large area near the mission tower of the monster hunters. It was an area surrounded by green trees and shrubs. Even the leaders of the Sanctuary Alliance were not allowed to enter as long as they did not belong here. This was the home of the monster hunters. Among the green trees and shrubs, there were small 2-story buildings. The buildings looked similar. They were white and plain. Every building had its own house number. Apart from that, there was no difference. The 2-story buildings were surrounded by a courtyard. The courtyard was not small. It was at least 500 square meters. There were all kinds of plants planted in it. There was also a path paved with bluestone slabs. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Every building belonged to a monster hunters. Unless the monster hunters were deregistered, this would be their permanent home. For example, the building in the central area that belonged to the fallen demon god had been used by them for more than 300 years. The 10 newly minted demon hunt squads that had successfully passed the trial naturally had the qualifications to own a small building of their own here. At this moment, the 7 members of the first soldier rank monster hunters were gathered in the hall on the first floor. The building had 2 floors. On the first floor, there was a spacious round hall that was 6 meters wide. There was also a kitchen that was nearly 30 square meters and 3 bedrooms. On the second floor, there were 5 bedrooms. Each bedroom had its own bathroom. On the second floor, there was a large balcony that was 30 square meters wide. Apart from the 2 floors above ground, the small building also had a very large basement, which had a special wine cellar belonging to their team. The staff responsible for serving the Demon Hunt Squad, while cleaning this place, would refill the wine cellar with good wine. Her whole body sank into the soft and thick white leather sofa. Chin Inger said contentedly, "This place is really comfortable." Lin Xan said with a pained expression, "It is comfortable, but merits are also expensive. The first year is 1,000 merits. After that, it will increase by 1,000 every year. Why doesn't the Alliance rob them?" Gao Ingja smiled and said, "These merits are not rent. They are necessary expenses to maintain your monster hunter's qualification. It is also a method to help all monster hunters complete their missions. Otherwise, if there are monster hunters who are immersed in the comfort of this place, why would the Alliance give you their resources?" Beside Gao Ingjia sat Shi Xiaoxue. She was sitting with Chen Inger and was looking at everything in the hall with envy. She had been given special permission to stay here. In this Monster Hunters Villa district, there was a special residential area for orphans like them, whose parents had died in battle for the Monster Hunters. Sima Xian sighed. "I originally thought that 8,000 merits was a lot, but now it seems that it is far from enough." Gao Ingjia said, "This is the last time I will give you a meeting. My mission has been completed. From today onwards, I will no longer be your leader. After I leave this time, I will no longer have the qualifications to enter this district. Tell me what you think." Long Haochen. After being called by Gao Ingjia, Long Haochen stood up and said, "Leader, can't you lead us for a while longer?" After interacting with each other for the past few days, everyone admired Gao Ingjia. It could be said that Gao Ingjia had spared no effort in giving them pointers. With him around, who knew how many detours soldier rank 1 monster hunters had to take, Gao Ingjia smiled and said, "All good things must come to an end. If I were to always follow you, it would instead restrict your development. Tell me what you think. I won't be staying here for too long." Long Haochen nodded and said, "Leader, for us there are 2 paths we can choose. At present, we have all broken through to the 5th level, and we are only 1,000 or so short of 10,000 merits. The rent for this place will be paid next year. Thus, our first choice is to gather as many merits as we can and advance to the general rank." Lin Xan said with a bitter face, "But if we do that, we will become penniless. To advance to monster hunters, we have to spend 10,000 merits. We can't just give it to the mission center. We might even have to sell some pills or other things." Long Haochen said, "As for the second method, it is to directly accept the missions and use the merits we have already obtained to increase our current strength. Through completing the missions, we can earn merits. There is no need to rush to advance to the general rank." Gao Ingjia nodded and said, "Very good. Your thinking is very clear. Which one do you prefer?" Long Haochen smiled and said, "That will depend on your final pointers. What I want to know is, if we advance to the general rank of monster hunters, what will we get?" Hearing this question, Gao Ingjia immediately laughed. I didn't expect you to have such a crafty side to you, kid. However, your question is very good, telling you won't be breaking the rules. General-grade demon hunt squads have several advantages over soldier-grade demon hunt squads. The first is the difficulty of accepting missions. The more difficult the mission, the more merit points they will be awarded. Second, the authority to enter the trade center. The general rank monster hunters can go to the second floor of the trade center. There, you can even see legendary equipment. You can also communicate with the monster hunters of the same rank. Third, after advancing to the general rank monster hunters, if you cooperate with the lower rank monster hunters to carry out the mission, you will get a higher share of the merits. Of course, this is on the condition that you are willing to share the missions with the lower rank monster hunters. Lastly, and also the most important point, after advancing to the general rank, the Alliance will not take your 10,000 merits for nothing. Each of you will be given a chance to choose a secret skill. This does not include the Retainer Knight. This chance can be given to others. For example, if all of you give the chance to Houchin, then he will have 6 chances to choose a secret skill. Of course, there is a limit to the secret skill he can choose. Some especially rare secret skills and secret skills that are higher than your rank are not included. Listening to Gao Ingjie's explanation, everyone nodded slightly. They had more or less guessed it, but when Gao Ingjie reached the last point, the eyes of the 7 members of the first soldier-grade demon hunt squad lit up, as if they were magic stones that could illuminate anything. Swoosh! For the soldier rank monster hunters, what did they lack the most? First of all, secret skills. Sima Xian had just advanced to the 5th rank. He could learn normal skills in the Muhuai Temple's Holy City branch, but there were a few important attack secret skills of the 5th rank priests. If he could learn them, it would greatly improve his strength. At the same time, after the soldier rank monster hunters obtained the soul chain, which could share their life, the lack of a healer became obvious. This required Hanyu to improve. Although the team was also lacking in equipment, the lack of skills was clearly more important. If they could make up for the lack of skills, then they didn't need to replenish their equipment for the time being. This was also one of the benefits of the soul chain. Long Houchin was originally inclined to his second choice. He was prepared to invest more than 8,000 merit points in the improvement of his companion's strength and then work hard to complete the mission. However, with Gao Ingjie's words, they obviously had to reconsider. After a simple discussion, the soldier rank monster hunters reached a consensus to upgrade to monster hunters. After weighing the 6 chances to choose a secret skill, Long Houchin decided to give Sima Xian 3 chances to make up for his weakness, Hanyu 2 chances, and Wang Yuan 1 chance. Long Houchin, Kai Lin Xian, and Qin Inger temporarily didn't replenish their secret skills. This was the benefit of a team. When necessary, resources would be tilted to them. This time, Long Houchin obtained the Light Elemental Sprite and the Assassin Temple's Flower Graft secret skill. He also taught Flower Graft to Kair, so they had already received a considerable increase in strength. Lin Xian didn't need to replenish his various fire-type defensive skills for the time being, and Chininger didn't need to learn any skills either. This arrangement was clearly the most reasonable. As for the 1,500 merit points they were lacking, after discussing with his companions, Long Houchin rejected Lin Xian's proposal to sell the pills and decided to borrow them. Selling the pills could be exchanged for merit points, but for them at a critical moment, a single pill could save the entire team's life. As a result, Long Houchin first looked for the soldier rank for monster hunters. He couldn't delay otherwise. What would he do if they spent all their merit points? In a situation where they couldn't advance to the monster hunter's rank, it was very important to increase their combat strength. Apart from them, who had won the championship, among the monster hunters he was familiar with, the soldier rank for was the one who had the most money. With their second place result, they had just received 3,000 merit points as a reward. In addition to their original merit points, they already had more than 5,000 merit points. In the same white villa, Long Haochen met Lu Shi and Lin Xan. A large part of the reason why Long Haochen came here was because of Lin Xan. Lu Shi and Lin Xan were slightly surprised to see Long Haochen. After hearing Long Haochen's reason for coming, Lu Shi fell into deep thought. On the other hand, Lin Xan called out the other members of the team. 1,500 merit points was not a small number for the current soldier rank monster hunters. It wasn't something that could be decided by their leader and deputy leader. Leader Long, please wait a moment. We need to discuss this, Lu Shi said to Long Haochen. Long Haochen smiled and nodded, making an inviting gesture. He had come here to express his intentions openly without hiding anything. Of course, soldier rank for monster hunters was not his only choice. If he didn't succeed here, he could still find someone else. Lu Shi led the other 5 members of the soldier rank for monster hunters to gather in a relatively large room. Before everyone expresses their opinions, let me first do a simple analysis, Lu Shi said in a deep voice. First, the strength of soldier rank 1 monster hunters. Since they can apply to join the general level monster hunters, it means that their entire team has reached rank 5 and above. Secondly, do you remember what leader Gao Yingji said? Long Haochen had once teamed up with Kai to kill a rank 7 bloodthirsty beta, although they had suffered heavy injuries as a result. But if it were us, would we have the strength to do so? Secondly, don't forget that Long Haochen, who won first place in the individual competition, also has a light elemental sprite. If it's a competition between teams, although we are also very strong, we can't compare to them. Of course, I'm not belittling ourselves. In terms of potential, we're not necessarily worse than them. Secondly, I want to talk about the identity of the 7 soldier rank 1 monster hunters. Among them, I'm not sure about Long Haochen's identity, but he was protected by the leader of the Sanctuary Alliance, so you can imagine how important he is to the Knights Templars. Kai Er's great-grandfather is the master of the Assassin Temple, and, as far as I know, the magician in their team who doesn't know how to attack is the grandson of the master of the Magic Temple, Lin Chenhua. It's a good thing for us to have a good relationship with soldier rank 1 monster hunters. All right, everyone can express their opinions now. As the vice captain, Lin Xan should naturally be the first to speak. After pondering for a while, she said, Long Haochen is my younger brother. For the sake of fairness, I forfeit. The reason why the number 4 monster hunters were able to get second place in the team competition was inseparable from the strong strength of the whole team. In the whole team, only Lin Xan and Bai Xiaomao were still at the 4th rank. But after 3 months of training, they were also advancing towards the 5th rank, especially Lin Xan, who had the Rose Unicorn. She was extremely important in the team. The 5th rank magician, Yi Jun, said, helping soldier rank 1 monster hunters can indeed improve our relationship with them to a certain extent. However, merit points are equally important to us. Whether it's secret skills or equipment, 1,500 merit points can increase our immediate combat ability and increase our competitiveness in the next mission. Lu Shi smiled and said, what if I say that I have a way to give us 1,500 merit points and, at the same time, let us get corresponding benefits from it? Long Haochen didn't have to wait for long. After a while, Lu Shi, Lin Xan, and the others came out. Captain Long, after our discussion, we agree to lend you the merit points, Lu Shi said with a smile. Long Haochen was delighted and hurriedly said, on behalf of soldier rank 1 monster hunters, I thank you all. Please rest assured, as long as we can come back alive from the mission, we will definitely return double the merit points. Lu Shi shook her head and said, no, there's no need to return double the merit points. However, we have a small condition, and we hope that Captain Long can agree to it. Oh, Long Haochen was moved. Captain Lu, please speak. Lu Shi smiled and said, We hope that when your team is carrying out the first general-level Monster Hunters mission, we will share the mission with your team. The profit will be split in a ratio of 30 to 70. You get 7 and we get 3. Long Hao-Chin was stunned for a moment, and his bright golden eyes had a deeper meaning, and a smile appeared on his face. Captain Liu is indeed a smart person. All right, on behalf of Soldier Rank 1 Monster Hunters, I promise you. Lin Xan, who was standing beside Lu Shi, frowned and said, Long Hao-Chin, don't you need to discuss this with your teammates? Long Hao-Chin smiled and shook his head, saying, both sides benefit from this cooperation. I believe that I should be able to convince them. With just this simple performance, Long Hao-Chin had sufficiently proved to Soldier Rank 4 Monster Hunters his cohesiveness and leadership in the team. Lu Shi's eyes flashed and said, if that's the case, I will transfer the merit points to you now. I'll wait for Captain Long's good news. Soon, the 2 team leaders completed the transfer of merit points, and Long Hao-Chin said goodbye and left. Long Hao-Chin wasn't just saying the words. Both sides benefit from this cooperation. Lu Shi was a smart person, but wasn't he also a smart person? Soldier Rank 4 Monster Hunters had been able to win second place in the team competition, suppressing Soldier Rank 2 with Yang Wenjiao and Soldier Rank 3 with Broken Memory. Their overall strength had long been proven. Although Long Hao-Chin and the others had the qualifications to be promoted to general-level Monster Hunters, there was no doubt that they were the weakest among the general-level Monster Hunters. A general-grade mission definitely wouldn't be easy. If they had the assistance of the 4th Soldier Grade Demon Hunt Squad, then their certainty and safety in completing the mission would be greatly increased, and they might even be able to take on missions of higher difficulty. This was the first time that everyone was starting a mission alone, and it was definitely beneficial for both sides if they helped each other out. What's more, Soldier Rank 1 Monster Hunters would get 70% of the rewards. Similarly, for Soldier Rank 4 Monster Hunters, Lu Shi's choice was also the most ingenious and clever. General-level missions and soldier-level missions were not on the same level of difficulty. Naturally, the rewards would be much more generous. Although it was a shared mission, he believed that Long Hao-Chin would definitely find a suitable mission or even a series of missions. Compared to them taking soldier-level missions, climbing up bit by bit was much more of a shortcut. Maybe after a mission, they would be able to take a big step forward in becoming general-level Monster Hunters. Looking at Long Hao-Chin's back as he left, Lu Shi turned around and sincerely said to the other Soldier Rank 4 Monster Hunters, what Long Hao-Chin and the others can do, we can also do it. Let's also split the merits like they did. What do you guys think? Lin Xan had an idea and said, why don't we distribute the merits together and give it to whoever needs it? The others' eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Shi had an idea. That's a good idea. I have another suggestion. Lin Xan, from now on, you will temporarily take over the position of the team leader. Lin Xan was stunned, but she quickly understood. Lu, she hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to take advantage of your relationship with Long Hao-Chin. I just think that it will be easier for you 2 siblings to communicate, and since you are both knight, it will be better for both of our teams. After a moment of silence, Lin Xan nodded lightly under the gaze of her teammates. 3 days later, on the 2nd floor of the Monster Hunters Mission Tower, every floor of the Monster Hunters Mission Tower was the same size and the layout was similar. In a hall of 300 square meters, there were 6 tall counters surrounding it. The 6 counters represented 6 different types of missions. In order, they were killing mission, item hunting mission, exploration mission, information mission, war mission, and comprehensive mission. This was the Monster Hunters Mission Tower, so almost all the missions were related to demons, and only a few special missions had nothing to do with demons. Long Hao-Chin and his companions arrived at the 2nd floor of the mission tower by relying on the copper insignia mixed with 5% mithril he had just exchanged for. There was almost no difference from the 1st floor of the mission tower, and the layout was exactly the same. Just yesterday, After they had leveled up to captain-level monster hunters, they immediately went to the second floor of the Monster Hunters Trade Center to take a look. There, they only stayed there for 10 minutes before they were defeated and ran out. There were too many good things, and they were drooling. They were probably the poorest among all the captain-level monster hunters and even the soldier-level monster hunters. The total merit of the 7 of them barely reached 2 digits. Deeply stimulated, after Wang Yuan, Han Yu, and Sima Xian had already chosen the secret skills they needed, the 7 of them came to the mission center early in the morning to choose their missions. Merit meant that they could level up. On the second floor of the Monster Hunters Trade Center, they even saw a super powerful magic potion called the Holy Spirit Pill. It could only be used once in a person's life, and it could not be used to break through a bottleneck. Its function was to increase one's spiritual energy by a whole 1,000 points by absorbing the effects of the pill. That was 1,000 points. Of course, the merit required for this thing was also an astronomical figure for Long Haochen and the others. One pill cost 10,000 merit points, and this was because it could not be used repeatedly. Seeing this pill, Lin Xian's eyes turned blue. He had learned almost all of his potionology by himself, and he had seen the incomplete formula of this Holy Spirit pill before. He vaguely remembered that one of the ingredients needed to make the Holy Spirit pill was some kind of level 8 demon beast. The key was that the formula was incomplete. If the 7 of them each had a Holy Spirit pill, then the merit required would be as high as 70,000. This was not counting the countless pieces of equipment that made them extremely excited. Moreover, in the Monster Hunters Trade Center, money was useless. Whether it was the other monster hunters that had set up stalls or the trade center itself, they only accepted merit transactions. Everyone spread out and see if there are any suitable missions for us. The difficulty can be slightly higher. After all, we have to split up with soldier level 4 monster hunters. Under Long Haochen's guidance, the 7 of them split into 6 groups and went to different counters to look carefully. Behind each counter was a huge magic crystal board with a list of missions on it. Of course, the list would only show the mission name and the number of merit points awarded. The specific contents had to be checked. Every check required a payment of merit points. When soldier-level monster hunters checked, they had to pay 1 merit point. And when they reached the general level, they had to pay 10 merit points for each check. Long Haochen and the others had a total of 20 merit points, which meant that they could only check 2 missions. Merit points were hard to earn, but they were used up very quickly. Therefore, not all monster hunters could grow up. There were also many who were eliminated. Long Haochen held Kai, Er's little hand, and walked to the exploration mission counter to look at the mission name recorded on the magic crystal board. Kai! And no longer had the green bamboo stick in her hand. The completion of the cultivation of the spiritual stove of samsara meant that she had the ability to use it. Although she would still lose her sense of smell, she could control it. For example, she had made herself lose her sense of smell. As Long Haochen checked the mission seriously, Kai stole glances at him from time to time. Ever since she had regained her sight, Kai would do this from time to time. It was as if she could not get enough of it. He had changed a lot from when he was young. The child back then had become a teenager, but his handsomeness had only increased. With the improvement of his cultivation, his handsome face, which was filled with the aura of light, was full of friendliness and attraction. Even the aura of purity emitted from his body had the effect of cleansing one's soul. This was the Son of Light. Long Haochen suddenly exclaimed. Kai woke up from her daze and looked in the direction of his gaze. With just a glance, Kai knew why Long Haochen was surprised. The missions that general-level monster hunters could accept were indeed different. Most of the soldier-level monster hunters' missions had rewards ranging from 1,000 to 3,000, and some even had rewards in the hundreds. But when it came to the general level, there were no missions with rewards less than 3,000. Among the many exploration missions, Long Houchin almost immediately saw a mission with a particularly generous reward. The mission name was Explore the Cave of Terror. Mission reward 20,000 merit points. Danger level unknown. What a high reward. Long Houchin was a little moved. Although he was considered calm among his peers, he was still in his teens. He was more or less like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Gao Yingjie had once told him that, generally speaking, missions with unknown danger level would be chosen quickly because it was very likely that they would encounter a situation with low danger level. It was just that the reward for missions with unknown danger level wouldn't be too high. However, the reward for this mission was the highest among all the exploration missions. It was a whole 20,000 merit points. Even if they gave 30% of the reward to soldier level 4 monster hunters, they would still receive 14,000 merit points, which would be very beneficial to the team. Moreover, everything obtained from the mission belonged to the monster hunters themselves. He hurriedly called his companions over and pointed out the mission to them. Sima Xian said without hesitation, "Boss, what are you hesitating for? Just check the location of the mission. Anyway, we have 20 merit points, so we can check 2 missions. Such a high reward, but the danger level is unknown. I think it's because we need to go deep into the demons." Hearing Sima Xian's words, everyone's eyes lit up. If they needed to go deep into the demons, then it was normal for the reward to be high. Long Houchin nodded and said, "Okay, then let's check the location of the mission." They went to the counter, handed over 10 merit points, and chose to check it. Very soon, the full picture of the mission appeared in front of the soldier level 1 monster hunters. The Howling Fear Cave was located in the north of the central area of the demons. It needed to go 2,300 miles deep into the demons and pass through 4 provinces of the demons. According to the intelligence, the Howling Fear Cave was famous for its strange howling sounds. It suddenly appeared after a geological change a few months ago. Its interior was complicated, but it was very likely to produce some special gems. If they could bring it back after completing the exploration mission, they would exchange it for merit points based on the value of the gems. The danger level of the Howling Fear Cave was currently unknown, but it needed to go deep into the demons, and there was a high possibility of encountering demons. Teams that accepted the mission should be cautious. Next was the detailed location of the Howling Fear Cave. After reading the introduction, everyone in the soldier level 21 monster hunters frowned and fell silent. The soldier level 21 was their latest number. This also meant that there were a total of 21 soldier level teams in the monster hunters. Long Houchin said in a deep voice, "We need to go 2,300 miles deep into the demons. This is not easy. What do you guys think?" Wang Yuanyuan said, "Although this mission is very difficult, I can imagine that as long as we can complete it, the reward should not be small. I just saw a mission over there with a reward of 20,000 merit points. It's in the killing mission section. Should we compare it?" In fact, Long Houchin and the others did not feel it themselves. Because of the stimulation they received on the second floor of the Monster Hunters Mission Center, they were a little restless. Their desire for merit points was too strong. Very soon, they looked up the killing mission with the remaining 10 merit points. The goal of the mission was to kill 10 rank 7 intermediate demons. There was no need to look at the name at all. Long Houchin and the others decisively gave up. Back then, they were already very lucky to be able to kill Bloodthirsty Beta. Hao Yue's successful sneak attack had greatly reduced Bloodthirsty Beta's strength. The same good luck could not be with them forever. Moreover, there were 10 of them. With their current strength, they would only be sending themselves to death. More importantly, they still needed to find these powerful demons. At this time, they had no other choice, because they could not take out the merit points to look up the mission again. Thus, a monster hunters with a total of 0 merit points was born. The 7 members of the soldier level 21 monster hunters looked at each other. Finally, they made up their minds. Fight! If it was impossible, then at most, they would give up on this mission. Anyway, after accepting the mission and giving up on it would not deduct merit points. When the time came, they could borrow some merit points to accept another mission. Moreover, this mission would only be for 1 monster hunters. If they shared it with the soldier level 4 monster hunters, it was equivalent to all 13 people completing the mission. There was still a chance. Therefore, surrounded by his teammates, Long Houchin once again came to the exploration mission post-encounter. Chapter 71. Hello, we've decided to accept the exploration mission to explore the dread Howling Grotto, Long Houchin said to the middle-aged man behind the counter. This member of the Demon Hunt Squad looked at Long Houchin with some doubt, but he was inwardly shocked. Those who could appear on this floor were all captain-tier monster hunters. This kid in front of him was too young. He was definitely not even 20 years old. It was rare to see a captain-tier monster hunters not even 20 years old. Moreover, from his appearance, he seemed to be the leader. The other companions were also quite young. However, since they were able to come here, there was no need to doubt the identity of Long Houchin and the others. All right, please show me your leader's token. Long Houchin handed over his monster hunter's token for the staff to register. While registering, the staff read out their situation. Captain Tier numbered 21 monster hunters. Accepted the exploration mission to explore the dread Howling Grotto. Mission reward: 20,000 merit points. No penalty for mission failure. Captain Tier number 21 monster hunters. Number of completed missions. At this point, the staff's voice suddenly stopped, and he looked up in shock at Long Houchin. The number of completed missions is 0. How is this possible? Long Houchin said very politely, we're this year's new monster hunters. Because our companions have all broken through to the 5th rank and obtained enough merit points from the trial missions, we were promoted to captain tier. That's why we've never completed a mission on our own before. So they were new monster hunters? The staff kindly reminded him, this mission is not easy. You'll need to travel more than 2,000 miles into the demons. You'll have to pass through 4 demons' provinces. Although the best route is planned on the map, there's still a chance of encountering the demons' army. It's quite dangerous. Moreover, the dangers of the dread Howling Grotto are unknown. Although the rewards are generous, the mission is not easy to complete. Are you sure you want to accept this mission? Long Houchin laughed and said, yes, we're sure. Thank you for your reminder. We will be careful. When the mission is completed, we will share it with another Monster Hunters team, and both of our teams will complete it together. So even though it's dangerous, it's not like there's no chance. The staff member suddenly said, so that's how it is? Then it should be fine. However, you have to remember that the most important thing for Monster Hunters is to protect yourself. Don't risk your life for merit points. I'll handle the paperwork for you. In his heart, he subconsciously thought that the team Long Houchin and the others were going to share a mission with was another captain-level Monster Hunters. Therefore, he didn't question it further. The staff who were able to work here were all very responsible. If they believed that the team that accepted the mission could not complete it, they could even refuse to issue the mission. All of this was to protect the safety of the Demon Hunt squads. After accepting the quest, Long Houchin and the others received the quest item, the Detect Gem. The size of this gem wasn't big, but it had a memory function. After activating spiritual power, it could continuously record and store the surrounding images. The price of this Detect Gem was quite high. It required 1,000 merit points to exchange for one. During the exploration mission, it was lent to them for free, but if it was lost, they would have to pay for it. After accepting the quest, Long Houchin and the others excitedly left the Monster Hunters mission tower. This was their first mission. After a bit of preparation, they would set off as soon as possible. That was 20,000 merit points. 5 days later, on the second floor of the Monster Hunters mission tower, an old man with a head full of white hair hurried to the Explore mission counter. The person working here today was still the middle-aged man from the other day. Deacon Li Jing, do you have a new mission to issue? The middle-aged man behind the counter was obviously very familiar with him. The deacons of the Monster Hunters mission tower were responsible for issuing all kinds of missions. At this moment, he was feeling a little anxious. No, I'm here to cancel the mission. Quickly cancel the mission to explore the terror-howling cave that I issued a week ago. According to the latest news, there may be level 8 or level 9 magical beasts in the terror-howling cave. There may even be some ancient ruins. The difficulty of the mission has increased, and the exploration reward will be increased to 200,000 merit points. At the same time, put it on the king level. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. King level? According to the ranking of monster hunters, after the soldier level was the general level, then the commander level, and then the king level. The king level mission was already considered a high-level mission. It was very rare to increase 2 levels at once, and the mission reward had increased by 10 times. Li Jing smiled bitterly. The terror-howling cave was originally discovered by one of our commander-level monster hunters. At that time, they were completing another mission, and 2 of their team members were seriously injured, so they didn't go in to explore. They just made a simple assessment of the situation in the cave. Recently, another commander-level monster hunters passed by there and brought back more accurate information. There is a strong spiritual fluctuation in the cave, and it is very likely that a powerful magical beast will appear. Moreover, the demons have already sent people to explore. That's why the difficulty of the mission has been increased to the king level. With the king level monster hunters, exploring this place shouldn't be a problem. The middle-aged man behind the counter smiled bitterly. But this mission has already been accepted. What? It's been accepted? Li Jing was shocked. It's been accepted by the general level monster hunters? This is a mission that goes more than 2,000 miles deep inside the demons. It's only been a few days, and it's already been accepted? Yes. At that time, they said that they would share this mission with another monster hunters team. So I let them accept it. What do we do now? I'm afraid they've already set off. Li Jing's expression suddenly turned ugly. Any monster hunters team was the most precious resource for the Alliance. It's too late to chase after them. As the general level monster hunters, they should at least know how to protect themselves. If they feel that something is wrong, they should retreat. Not to mention the cooperation of 2 teams. I hope they can discover the danger in time and retreat. This is our mistake. When they return, they will also be rewarded with 10,000 merit points. The middle-aged man behind the counter hesitated slightly. In the end, he didn't tell them that Long Houchen's team was a new team of monster hunters. In his opinion, with another general-level monster hunters leading them, they would feel the abnormal spiritual energy, fluctuations in the Wailing Howl Cave, and retreat. Long Houchen's team had indeed set off. After accepting the mission, he immediately shared the details of the mission with the soldier-level 4 monster hunters. After 2 days of preparation, they immediately left the holy city and headed southeast according to the map given by the mission. What made Long Houchen a little regretful was that his master Yi Hua was in seclusion, so he didn't get to see him. According to Han Qiu, Yi Hua's speed of improvement was very fast. It was like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time had suddenly erupted. If the Holy Demon Continent was a square, then the Temple League was in the northwest corner of the square, and the other 3/4 of the area was under the control of the demons. After entering the Dark Age, the demons divided the territory under their control into 24 provinces, and each province was guarded by a demon god. The other demon gods were scattered throughout the demons' territory. The demons' central district was also known as the Central Province of the Demons. It was located in the southeast part of the demons' territory and was the largest of the 24 provinces. The Demon Emperor's Demon Palace was located there. The general level number, 21 monster hunters, and the soldier level number, 4 monster hunters, traveled day and night, and it only took them 8 days to reach the southeast border of the Temple League. Long Houchen and Kai, rode on Haoyue's back. Lin Xian rode on her rose unicorn, and the others all rode on healthy horses. After 8 days of nonstop travel, they all looked a little travel-worn. Haoyue woke up after the legendary Chinzidian left that day. Now it looked more majestic, more than 5 meters long, close to 2 meters tall, and especially its sharper eyes, it gave people a strong feeling. In 3 months, it seemed to have completed another evolution, from the beginner to the advanced level of level 6. This kind of evolution speed could be said to be unheard of. Long Haochen let Haoyue stop, looked at the large city in front of them, and took out a map from the forget-me-not ring. Xingshuan City should be in front. After passing Xingshuan City, another 300 miles ahead is the Warrior Temple's main hall, the southeast stronghold. Should we go to Xingshuan City to rest, or directly to the southeast stronghold? This was already the Warrior Temple's sphere of influence. When he asked this question, his eyes naturally fell on Wang Yuanyuan. Wang Yuanyuan shook her head and said, "I have no objections. Let's rest in Xingshuan City." At this moment, a voice came from the 4th rank soldier rank monster hunters. When Long Haochen turned his head, he saw that the person who spoke was the 4th rank soldier rank monster hunters, the 5th rank warlord Dianyan. Back then, he had lost to the assassin temple's Mu Ning, which was why he did not enter the top 4. Lin Xian frowned slightly, looked at Dianyan and asked, "Brother Dianyan, do you have any good suggestions?" She called him by his name directly, which clearly showed that she was somewhat dissatisfied. This trip was led by the general-level monster hunters, Long Haochen and the others. Although Lin Xian had temporarily become the leader of the 4th rank soldier rank monster hunters, he had also made a request to his companions to do everything according to Long Haochen's orders. A team could only have one leader, otherwise it would be easy to have conflicts. Jian Yan said, "If we rest in Xingshuan City, we might be able to openly enter the demon's territory." "Oh, Brother Jian, please elaborate." Long Haochen asked with great interest. Jian Yan said, "In some of the border cities of our alliance, there is a group of special merchants. They are called wandering merchants. These wandering merchants are engaged in the business of buying and selling between humans and demons. However, it has to be said that they are the source of many important resources. This is true for both humans and demons. For example, in our Sanctuary Alliance auction house, a large portion of the items come from wandering merchants. This is because many of the items are brought back from the demon's territory. Similarly, the demons also need them to obtain some resources from us. Therefore, these wandering merchants are caught between the 2 major forces of humans and demons, wandering outside. Both sides will not deliberately care about their existence. Of course, those who can become wandering merchants are not simple, not only as humans, but there are also some high-level demons. After listening to his explanation, Long Haochen immediately understood. "Brother Jian, are you saying that we should think of a way to contact these wandering merchants and strive to blend into their team, thereby entering the demon's territory?" Jian Yan nodded and said, "Wandering merchants will not live in the border fortresses. For them, it is not safe. I grew up in Xingshuan City, so I can be sure that there are wandering merchants here. If we want to enter the central area of the demons, we need to pass through 4 provinces of the demons. It is not realistic to kill them. The demons will definitely search the areas close to the border, most strictly. With a dozen of us, we will be a big target." Long Haochen nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your timely reminder. Brother Jian, we will follow your suggestion. We will rest in Xingshuan City, replenish our food and water, and contact the wandering merchants at the same time." Lu Shi, who was standing beside Dianyan, smiled at him and secretly gave him a thumbs up. After traveling for 8 days, the 2 monster hunters could be considered to be familiar with each other, but unknowingly they were more or less reserved with each other. There was still a sense of comparison. Jian Yan's suggestion just now was undoubtedly to prove to the 21st general grade monster hunters that their accompanying them was definitely not useless. Not only did it give the 4th general-grade monster hunter's face, it was also a great help to this operation. Long Houchin pulled Kai down from Haoyue's back and said, "Since we are going to look for the help of the wandering merchants, we will have to pay attention to our identities. Everyone change out of your equipment and change into plain clothes. Then we will enter the city." Lin Xan said, "What about these mounts?" 11 healthy horses were quite a lot of money. As a knight, she naturally felt a little heartache. Dian Yen smiled and said, "I will handle it. You guys enter the city first. Then I will look for you guys. There is a Wyndham Hotel in the south of the city that is not bad." The 13 of them changed their clothes and left Dian Yen to handle the mounts, while the others quietly entered Xingshuan City. Long Houchin's cautiousness was reasonable. Since there were wandering merchants here, then there was naturally the possibility of demons, wandering merchants appearing here. The more careful they were, the safer they would be. Dian Yan's efficiency was higher than Long Houchin's imagination. Less than 2 hours after they checked into the medium-sized Wyndham Hotel, Dian Yan came back. Moreover, he brought someone back. It was a tall and hale and hearty old man. The others returned to their rooms to rest. Dian Yan directly brought this old man to Long Houchin and Kai's room. Although Long Houchin and Kai had limited their intimacy so far, the two of them didn't avoid it and directly stayed together. This was because Long Houchin would never forget the small home that Kai had established in the barracks of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Of course, although they stayed in the same room, most of the time at night they cultivated separately. "Brother Long, this is my uncle Dian Xian, the manager of Yu Merchant Group and the captain of the guards. He heard that we wanted to find a high-paying job, so he specially came over." While speaking, Dian Yen gave Long Houchin a slight look. Long Houchin very respectfully bowed to the old man and said, "Hello." Dian Xian looked at Long Houchin and Kai, being so young and handsome, and couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then he nodded towards them and said, "I heard that you have more than 10 people." "Yes. Including Dian Yen, we have a total of 13 people, 8 men and 5 women. I hope you will take care of us." Long Houchin was handsome and young. At this moment, his respectful appearance made him look simple and somewhat shy, not to mention Dian Xian. Even Dian Yen looked at him with some bewilderment. Was this kid really the captain of a demon hunt squad? Dian Xian said in a deep voice, "Our merchant group still needs some people to do odd jobs. You are responsible for looking after the carts. 2 silver coins a day. If everything is safe, when you return, each person will be given an extra gold coin as a reward." Long Houchin was very cooperative and showed a happy expression. "That's great. Thank you, manager." As he spoke, he once again bowed towards Dian Xian. An imperceptible light flashed in Dian Xian's eyes, and he said lightly, "All right, that's it. The merchant group has a batch of goods and will set off in 3 days. Dian Yen knows the meeting place. You can come together when the time comes. Dian Yen, go with me to get the clothes of the workers for them to change into." "Okay." Dian Yen agreed. After exchanging a look with Long Houchin, he turned and left with Dian Xian. Long Houchin and Kai walked them all the way to the entrance of the hotel before returning to their room. "Long Houchin, isn't this too rash?" Closing the door, Kai asked Long Houchin in a low voice. Her temperament was already much gentler than before. Of course, this was under the premise that they didn't fight. Looking at Kai's bright eyes, Long Houchin pulled her into his arms and hugged her lightly. Her soft and fragrant body gave people a feeling that they couldn't bear to let go. "This manager Dian Yen should know our identity. We were just putting on a show," Long Houchin said with a smile. Kai was stunned. Her small face that was already in his arms lifted up. "He knows our identity. It's only the first time we've met. Are we really going to trust him?" Long Houchin smiled faintly and said, "It's precisely because of this that he's more worthy of trust. You also know that every official member of the Monster Hunters will be thoroughly investigated by the Sanctuary Alliance. In other words, there's no problem with Dian Yan's identity. I can doubt this manager Dian, but I won't doubt Dian Yan. Although Dian Yan didn't say it clearly, it's equivalent to telling me that it's not the first time that the Monster Hunters have entered the demons' territory through wandering merchants. Just like how the demons will also send spies into the Sanctuary Alliance in this way. It just depends on how well they cover it up. I believe that Dian Yan also won't tell Dian Xian about our identity, and Dian Xian also won't ask. This is like an unspoken rule. As for what we will do when we arrive at the demons' territory, it has nothing to do with them. Kai, I said with some doubt. I still don't quite understand. Is the Yu Yi merchant group not afraid that we will bring them trouble? Long Haochen shook his head and said, "What trouble can there be? To be able to easily accommodate more than 10 of us to do odd jobs, the scale of the merchant group is definitely not small. Since the wandering merchants can exist, they naturally have their ways. Just wait. Dian Yan will explain to us when he comes back." Kai looked at his face that was full of sunshine and couldn't help but think that he was not even 15 years old, but he was so smart. Could it be that this was also the effect of the Son of Light constitution? From the time she met Long Haochen until now, it had been less than half a year, but Kai could clearly feel that Long Haochen had changed at an astonishing speed. Not only his strength, but his mentality and temperament were also changing. Especially after coming back from the trial, he had gained a special characteristic. Not only was he attractive, but he also had a convincing calmness and wisdom. It was as if he was born to be a leader, at least among the 21st general-level monster hunters. No one paid attention to his age anymore. Just as Long Haochen said, not long after, Dian Yan returned and knocked on the door again. Long Haochen let him into the room. "Leader Long, I was in a hurry just now. Let me give you a detailed introduction of the Yu Yi merchant group. The Yu Yi merchant group is one of the largest merchant groups among the wandering merchants. They're not only humans in the merchant group, but also high-level demons. They don't have high requirements for hiring members, and they won't even carefully examine them. This is also an unspoken rule of the wandering merchants. However, there is a prerequisite. Apart from their own core members, all recruits must not exceed the 6th rank. This is also an important reason why they can travel between the world of humans and demons. Every time they pass through the border, both sides will examine this aspect. Once they find that a powerhouse surpassing the 6th rank tries to bluff their way through, they will be detained immediately. Both our groups don't have a 6th rank powerhouse, so I propose to enter the demons' territory through the wandering merchants." Long Haochen nodded slightly and said, "Brother Dian, why didn't you explain in detail when we were outside the city?" Dian Yan was slightly stunned, but his expression quickly returned to normal. "I forgot at that time. After all, the matter is not settled yet. Now that there is a suitable merchant group, of course I will tell the situation to Leader Long," Long Haochen said. "Thank you, Brother Dian. Then let's prepare ourselves and set off together." Dian Yan didn't stay any longer. He looked at Long Haochen with a slightly meaningful look and turned to leave. But he didn't know that Long Haochen was also looking at his back with a bit of reserved light in his eyes. After leaving Long Haochen's room, Dian Yan didn't return to his residence to rest. Instead, he walked into Lu Shi's room. Lu Shi was sitting there drinking water. When she saw him come in, she pointed to the sofa in front of her and said, "Sit down and talk. How is it?" Dian Yan said, "The matter has been settled. My uncle's merchant group's itinerary is to go to the central province of the demons. Following them can avoid most of the trouble. The merchant group will stay in the central province for about a month to sell and buy goods. At that time, we can also return with the merchant group, reducing the task to a minimum." What reaction did Long Haochen have? Lu Shi's eyes flashed slightly. Dian Yan's eyes showed a trace of disdain. "Just an ignorant child. How old is he?" So what if he is strong? Carrying out a task doesn't depend on strength alone. But he's pretty cooperative. Lu Shi's face darkened. We can gradually affect Long Haochen's authority in the group, but we can't really shed all pretense of cordiality. After all, we are in a cooperative relationship. Our ultimate goal is to fight for the greatest benefit for our group. So you have to be careful. Jian Yan nodded. Don't worry. If I can't even deal with a child, I don't need to mingle. It won't be long before he loses all his prestige and will voluntarily give up his position. At that time, the distribution of profits will naturally change accordingly. 3 days later, Xingshuan City's largest merchant group, Yu Yi, set off from the south gate and headed southeast. Yu Ye's merchant group was indeed one of the largest free merchants. This time they actually transported more than 200 carts of goods and mobilized nearly 2,000 people. This was also why Jian Xian had so casually agreed to arrange for Long Haochen's group. Although they were only in charge of escorting the carts, Long Haochen's group also had 2 sets of cloth clothes, 1 set of cotton clothes, and a heavy coat. It was already early winter. Xingshuan City was located in the central region of the continent. Although it wasn't as cold as the north, after entering the demons' territory, they would have to travel a long distance. Without enough warmth, they obviously wouldn't be able to travel for a long time. The mission given to the 2 monster hunters' 13 men was very simple. They were to transport the goods and look after the goods. They didn't even need to drive the carts. There were specialized coachmen. Each cart was accompanied by 4 tall horses. Although there were many people in the merchant group, everything was arranged in an orderly manner. After leaving Xingshuan City and heading southeast, they even openly entered the southeast stronghold. After a short rest, no one knew what method the Yu Yi merchant group used, but they calmly left the stronghold on the second night and went straight in the direction of the demons. This alone was enough to make Long Haochen and the others click their tongues in wonder. They were very curious about the free merchants. The night was quiet. The torches of the merchant group were like a long dragon moving in the vast wilderness. Jun, the soldier level number 4 monster hunter's magician, asked seemingly inadvertently, "What do you guys think? On what basis did the Yu Yi merchant group let the southeast stronghold pass? It looks like we really found the right direction by following the merchant group this time. We can save a lot of trouble on the road." Lu Shi smiled indifferently and said calmly, "Of course it's because of benefits. No matter how irreconcilable the conflict between humans and the demons is, as long as the Yu Yi merchant group's actions are of great benefit to humans, the Alliance naturally has a reason to let them act. If I'm not wrong, our merchant group will receive the same treatment when we go to the demons." As he said this, he seemed to casually look at the 21st general level monster hunters, especially when he saw Long Haochen's reaction. Even though he was only wearing coarse cotton clothes, Long Haochen's handsomeness was still so dazzling. Kai Er's face was still covered by a black veil, concealing her soul-stirring appearance. After hearing Lu Shi's words, Long Haochen smiled and said, "Commander Lu is right." Lu Shi laughed and said, "I'm afraid I'm the oldest here, so naturally I have more experience." Although his words were very faint, those with discerning eyes should be able to hear the meaning behind it. But to Lu Shi's disappointment, the 21st general-level monster hunters didn't seem to pay attention to what he was saying. But after Long Haochen nodded to him, Kai who was beside Long Haochen, suddenly turned her head and looked at him. The sharp gaze instantly made Lu Shi shiver, and a chill from the bottom of his heart made all the hair on his body stand up. Such a strong, murderous aura. Lu Shi's heart trembled, and he didn't say anything. Among the 4th general-level monster hunters, Dian Yan and Jun had a very good relationship with Lu Shi. Originally, as an assassin, Han Daosi was also on his side. However, after the execution of this mission, Han Daosi maintained his silence. The reason was very simple. Kai was there. As for Bai Xiaoma, because she was saved by Lin Xan once during the 3 months of training, and both of them were women. They were closer to each other. Lu Shi's original plan was to first use the identity of Long Haochen and the other general-level monster hunters to complete the mission with higher rewards. Secondly, he observed that Long Haochen hastily decided on the important matters of their team and subconsciously thought that the relationship between Long Haochen and the others was not too harmonious. Therefore, his hidden hope was to gradually change the leadership of both sides during the mission. Of course, this was only for the benefit of his own team, and it had to be built on the premise that the mission was completed. In the middle of the caravan, there was a luxurious carriage pulled by 8 horses. This carriage was very special because it was not only wide but also very tall. The carriage had a total of 8 huge wheels, and they were in groups of 2. There were support rods on the wheels, and the support rods were connected to huge springs to reduce the vibration. And these were just the backup measures of the carriage. One could vaguely see a faint layer of green light under the carriage, which was the levitation spell. This was not cast by a magician, but solidified under the carriage. In other words, the carriage itself was a huge piece of magic equipment. Lifting such a large carriage was not something that could be done with 1 or 2 levitation spells. Moreover, it had to constantly consume magic crystals. Of course, the benefits were obvious. The carriage was traveling on the uneven wilderness as if it was traveling on flat ground, and there was not the slightest vibration. Inside the carriage, there was a table, chairs, and a wide and comfortable soft couch. 2 girls were lying on the soft couch, occasionally picking up a crystal dragon's eye fruit from the soft couch and putting it into their mouths. Compared to the cold outside, the inside of the carriage was as warm as late spring. The 2 girls lying on the couch were only wearing long dresses. The girl on the left was wearing a long white dress, simple and elegant, just like her gentle and pure face with a hint of holiness. Her jade-like nose was straight, and the most unique thing about her was her pair of black eyes, which did not seem to match her temperament. The girl on the other side of the soft couch was wearing a long red dress. Compared to the well-proportioned body of the girl in the white dress, her figure was much more voluptuous. She was lying on her side on the soft couch, leaning against a soft cushion, immediately revealing a slightly exaggerated S-shape. What was more attractive was that this devilish figure was matched with a very pure and young face. A standard child's face with a huge, Sister Yu, can you take off the magic eye now? This thing is really uncomfortable, the girl in the red dress said coquettishly. The girl in the white dress smiled and said, Take it off, we are already out of human territory anyway. As she said that, she lifted her hand and swiped it in front of her eyes. The next moment, her black eyes actually changed color, turning into a soul-stirring purple. This purple was pure and noble, but also had a hint of bewitching charm. Together with the holy aura on her body, it formed a unique temperament. The girl in the red dress did the same thing. The next moment, her black eyes turned pink, giving her angelic face a hint of flirtatiousness. Sister Yu, you must be able to earn a lot from this shipment, right? The girl in the red dress said with a smile. The girl in the white dress sighed and said, Shao, it's not that easy. My shipment mainly consists of spices, grease, cotton cloth, metals, human silk, rare wood, and more importantly, there's a lot of food. These carriages are just a cover. The real things that need to be transported are all here. As she said that, she gestured to the girl in the red dress with a ruby ring on her right hand. The girl in the red dress was puzzled and said, Isn't this a good thing for us demons? Isn't food what we lack the most? The girl in the white dress said, It is precisely because of this that it is very troublesome. It is not just 1 or 2 races that lack food. These things are in high demand everywhere. Do you think the races will abide by the rules and let me transport these things to the central province? His Majesty, the Demon Emperor, will not care about these things. I'm afraid the journey will not be peaceful. The most annoying thing is that we can't use guards of the 6th rank and above. The girl in the red dress was shocked and said, "Sister Yu, are you saying that there will be races that will come to plunder? They dare. Sister Yu, you are the princess of the moon devils. This generation's Yi demon girl, named after Yi. Aren't they afraid of the moon devil's revenge?" The girl in the white dress, Yi, chuckled. "My silly sister, do you think our people will have such scruples like the humans? Without enough food, their people will starve to death. Compared to that, at least the revenge of the moon devils will not appear immediately. This year's autumn offensive is not going well, and there is a serious shortage of food. Under such circumstances, my caravan is a big fat piece of meat. Not to mention me. Yi, even if you tell them your identity as Lung Xiao, they will turn a deaf ear." The girl in the red dress, Lung Xiao, pouted and said, "Then what should we do? Are we really going to let them rob us?" A cold light flashed in Yu Ye's eyes. "How can it be so easy? I have already informed my people to come and help. My people will arrive in 5 days at most. I just hope that the races at the border don't react too quickly." Lung Xiao asked doubtfully, "Then why don't we set off a few days later?" Yi smiled and said, "The human surveillance at the border is also very strict. If the humans see that we have powerful demons coming to help us as soon as we leave the border, what will they think? I still have to do this business for a long time." Lung Xiao giggled and said, "Sister Yu, it seems that I have made the right choice to come out with you this time. I can really learn a lot." The smile on Yu Ye's face suddenly disappeared, and she sat up in the carriage. They came so fast. Lung Xiao was stunned, but soon her expression changed. How can they be so fast? Could it be that they have already prepared to ambush us? Yu Ye's eyes flashed coldly. The only explanation is that there is a traitor in the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce. Stay in the carriage and don't go out. I will take care of it. As she spoke, her figure flashed out of the carriage. At this time, Long Haochen, who was moving forward with the team, suddenly raised his head and looked in a direction in the dark night. "There is an enemy. Everyone get ready. Try not to use your signature ability as much as possible. Priests do not heal unless it is absolutely necessary. No one is allowed to release their spiritual energy. Rely on the carriage for self-defense." A series of orders rang in the ears of the 2 Monster Hunters members. Chapter 72. Where did the enemy come from? Hearing Long Haochen's order, the soldier level 4 Monster Hunters were confused. Meanwhile, the other 6 members of the general level 21 Monster Hunters had already prepared themselves according to Long Haochen's order. Long Haochen, Wang Yuan, and Sima Xian were in front. Lin Xian and Cheninger were in the middle, and Han Yu was at the back. Kai'er quietly disappeared into the darkness. Follow Long Haochen's order. Li Xian drew out the long sword that was given to her by the caravan. Every one of them had an ordinary fine steel sword to distribute. Suddenly, a white light shot up into the sky in front of the caravan. It exploded and turned into a huge white flower that spread in the air. The appearance of the white light made the whole caravan nervous. All the drivers immediately drove the wagons in different ways. These drivers had obviously gone through special training. The wagons moved quickly, and in a short while, more than 200 wagons formed a huge circle. More than 500 armored guards appeared around the caravan. What was surprising was that their armors were emitting a magical glow, indicating that they were at least magic equipment. Without a doubt, Long Haochen's words had been verified. They were all hiding in the wagons. The ground trembled slightly, and the tremors grew louder and louder. Soon, it became a deafening roar. The sky was dark. Even if they looked into the distance, they could only see a large black shadow approaching them from the horizon with the help of the moon and stars. Yi stood quietly on the roof of the carriage she was on. Her gaze was extremely cold, and her white dress was exceptionally obvious in the formation of carriages. With a wave of her hand, a white light shot up into the sky again. This time, After the white light exploded in the sky, it turned into a white crescent moon. However, the black shadow in the distance did not seem to see the symbol of Yes Merchant Association. It did not slow down at all. "Demons, it's demons," Wang Yuanyuan growled. Long Haochen glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Everyone don't act rashly. Unless it's impossible, no one should act rashly." At this time, the demon army in the distance was getting closer and closer. The guards on the caravan's side couldn't help but change their expressions. Just by looking at it, it could be seen that the number of demon army was no less than 10,000. At the forefront were roughly 5,000 dual-bladed demons, led by a dozen or so dark green dual-bladed demons as they madly rushed forward. Behind them were the lurkers of the Luke clan. Without question, they posed the greatest threat to the caravan. If these fellows were to sneak into the formation and launch an attack, the losses would be unimaginable. What was more terrifying was that, apart from these two races, there were also a large number of demons and hundreds of air troops behind them. But because the sky was too dark, he couldn't see his face clearly. This devil army did not have the intention to communicate at all. They just charged straight in and killed their way over. A strong murderous intent mixed with a fishy smell covered the sky and covered the earth. Long Haochen had been observing the girl in the white dress standing on the roof of the carriage. Seeing that the demon army was getting closer and closer, a pair of large flags suddenly appeared in the hands of the girl in the white dress. One of the flags was white and the other red, and she waved them quickly in her hands. The 500 guards, who had originally rushed out quickly, returned to the formation under the command of the flag. Immediately after, Long Haochen heard a series of clanking sounds from the gears. Every coachman started to get busy. On the side of the carriage, the wooden boards were lifted up, and rows of arrows emitting a cold luster poked out. With their keen senses, Long Haochen and the other 13 people's pupils shrank. This was because they discovered that the arrowheads were actually rippling with a faint magical aura. They were actually magic arrows. One had to know that even the most ordinary magic arrow with a haste spell was worth more than 2 gold coins. Moreover, these things were one-time consumables. With so many carriages, a round of shooting would probably cost tens of thousands of gold coins. This was really a huge sum of money. Yi stood quietly on the carriage. Her holy and demonic face was now full of murderous intent, and a pair of purple eyes flickered coldly. The white flag was lowered, and the red flag was raised high above her head, quietly watching the approaching demon army. As one of the largest free merchants, the Yi merchant group naturally had their own ways to protect themselves. Their biggest disadvantage was that they couldn't hire powerhouses above the 6th grade, but they could rely on other ways to solve this problem. For example, equipment. Swoosh! The red flag in Ye's hand suddenly changed from being raised high to pointing forward. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Accompanied by a series of bursts of gears and buzzing sounds of arrows, thousands of dazzling lights shot out. These lights were of different colors, and from each carriage there were 11 arrows, 10 small and 1 big. The moment they were shot, Long Haochen immediately felt that these were not just magic arrows, but even the crossbows that shot them were enchanted. Moreover, these magic arrows were not ordinary one-time consumables. The magic waves they emitted were strong enough to rival 2nd or 3rd grade offensive spells, especially the largest one, which was more than a meter long and as thick as an heir's arm. At the moment when it was shot, one could even see the light of magic patterns revolving around it. If one looked down from the sky, the Yi merchant group's carriage formation looked like a poked hornet's nest. At this time, the vanguard of the demon army was still 500 meters away, but a large number of magic arrows had already been shot out. The next moment, the vanguard of the demon army was actually torn apart. Whether it was the ordinary double-bladed demons or the dark green double-bladed demons, they were like fragile clay dolls in such a dense rain of arrows. broken limbs, and flesh flew everywhere. This was a storm formed by the combination of metal and magic, and this was a terrifying forbidden spell cast by money. Even if it was a 7th grade powerhouse facing so many magic arrows, he would eventually die with a grievance. The carriage formation formed by the carriages moved quickly under the urging of the coachman. As long as the carriage turned to the front, 11 magic arrows would immediately fly out. Such a scene was really too spectacular. Although Long Houchen and the others could only follow the few carriages they were guarding, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. After the tens of thousands of demon army circled around the carriage formation, there was actually not a single double-bladed demon left alive. The lurkers at the back quickly saw the opportunity and quickly dived underground to escape. However, the demons in the distant sky and the demons following behind also suffered a strong blow. The scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere did not weaken in the slightest. Under the night wind, the thick smell of blood was nauseating. The only carriage that did not move was the one where Yu Yi stood. She was still waving the flag in her hand. Facing the demons in the distance that were constantly being torn apart, she did not have the slightest change in expression. At some point, she had already quietly put on her magic eyes, and her eyes had returned to their original black color. On a night like this, who would notice such a small detail? The flag fell, and the carriage formation stopped spinning. After careful observation, Long Houchen discovered that the magic arrows on the carriages were not unlimited. Each carriage only had the ability to shoot 2 rounds. However, the hundreds of carriages were simply hundreds of powerful magic weapons. Even if there were only 2 rounds, their piercing arrows were enough to turn the tens of thousands of demon army into corpses. At this moment, Yu Yi, who was standing at the top of the carriage, raised her right hand, and a white scroll unfurled in the sky. Immediately, a white light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire carriage formation. Immediately after, the white light spread rapidly, enveloping the entire carriage formation. The light seeped into the ground, and in an instant, the ground beneath everyone's feet turned white. The red flag in Yu Ye's hand made a gesture of stabbing towards the ground. Long Houchen immediately heard the coachman beside him shout, "Use your weapons to stab the ground. Kill the Luke tribe lurkers below." Long Houchen had already sensed that there were Luke tribe lurkers approaching. The white-clothed girl in charge of commanding calmly dealt with them. Although the scroll was white, it was not of the light element. Its defensive power and range were astonishing. No matter how much the Luke tribe lurkers struggled, they could not break through the white barrier. On the other hand, when Long Houchen and the others stabbed their swords into the ground, there was no resistance at all. The 2 monster hunters naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Their senses were much stronger than ordinary people's, and they found the positions of the Luke tribe lurkers one by one. They kept stabbing their swords into the ground, and the spiritual power in their swords was extremely destructive. Soon, all the Luke tribe lurkers in the vicinity were wiped out. In the distance, less than 1/3 of the demon army remained, and less than half of the demons flying in the sky remained. Their charge paused, and they hesitated. Clearly, they had not expected the Yu Yi Consortium's counterattack to be so fierce. Demons were also living creatures. Seeing their tribesmen die so miserably, they became a little timid. However, the remaining demons did not retreat. Instead, they quietly stayed 1,000 meters away, a distance that the magic arrows could not reach. Standing on the carriage, Yu Yi slowly furrowed her brows. After all, this was a consortium of merchants, not an army. The power of the hundreds of carriages had already been used up, and there were not many magic arrows left. If the remaining demons persisted in their attack, then the consortium would suffer losses. Not only would they lose money, but they would also lose lives. A red figure silently flipped onto the roof of the carriage and came to Yu Ye's side. "Sister Yu, what's going on?" Those bastards still haven't retreated? Lung Xiao and Yu Yi had the same magic eyes that could change the color of their eyes. Yu Yi said in a low voice, I have a bad feeling. I'm afraid we're in big trouble this time. In the past, even if a tribe dared to come out to deal with us, we would communicate with them and sometimes give them some benefits. But today, they directly launched an attack and mobilized an army of 10,000 people. In the Narak province, only the 3 major tribes can do this. Since they sent such a large army to deal with us, it means that they have made up their minds. We can deal with this wave, but I'm afraid we can't deal with the second wave. Lung Fu said anxiously, Then what should we do? These bastards, how dare they disobey orders and attack? When I go back, I will definitely not forgive them. Yu Yi did not care about Lung Zhao's anger. She said in a low voice, Now, we can only take the initiative to attack before the 3 major tribes react. Deal with the enemies in front of us, pick up the magic arrows, and then immediately return to the Temple League. After dealing with the 3 major tribes, we will set off again. She had always been a decisive person. As she spoke, the flag in her hand had already moved. The carriages responded quickly under the command of the flag. Soon, they turned into a square formation and slowly pressed in the direction of the demons. As for Yu Ye's caravan taking the initiative to attack, Long Haochen was also puzzled. What was this caravan commander trying to do? However, in the next moment, his and Kai Er's expressions changed at the same time. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Everyone, change into your own equipment. We are preparing to break through. Long Haochen said in a low voice. He threw away the long sword in his hand, and a white light flashed. Under the surprised gaze of the carriage driver, he took off his coat and began to change into his Holy Spirit armor. Dian Yen was furious. Long Haochen, what are you doing? This will expose us. Long Haochen glanced at him coldly. If you want to die here, continue playing tricks. As he spoke, he waved his hand at his companions. In response to Long Haochen's order, the general level number 21 monster hunters did not resist at all. Everyone quickly changed into their own equipment and maintained their battle formation. Lin Xian looked at Dian Yen, but she was a little hesitant. After all, she was not the real leader of the general level number 4 monster hunters. She looked at Lu Shi. At this time, Lu Shi's mind was very clear. She immediately shouted, What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear Leader Long's order? Change your equipment. At this time, the caravan had already advanced a few hundred meters and entered the place where the demons had died. Under the command of the flag, the carriage drivers quickly picked up the magic arrows on the ground, wiped them, and loaded them back into the carriages. This was a great increase in their combat power. To Yu Ye's surprise, the remaining demons kept the same distance as the caravan and retreated slowly. They had no intention of fighting back. In the next moment, Yu Ye's expression finally changed. It's a trap. Dozens of shrill howls tore through the night sky. In the midst of the sharp howls, deafening roars sounded from the left, right, and rear almost at the same time. From 3 directions, at least 30,000 troops launched a crazy charge towards the caravan. Lung Xiao stood beside Yu Yi in a daze, looking at Sister Yu, whose face had turned pale. They actually mobilized so many troops. They are going to kill them, to silence them. The 4 words were almost squeezed out from between Yu Ye's teeth. She knew that since the 3 tribes of Narak province had mobilized such a large army, they were not going to let them live at all. They would not even let a single survivor go. In addition to the 3 directions that surrounded them, another 10,000 troops slowly appeared in front of them. They were not in a hurry to attack, but just watched coldly as Yu Ye's caravan was surrounded on all sides. The caravan of more than 2,000 people faced the demon army of more than 40,000 people. Such a contrast could be imagined. Opportunity. It would be lucky if they could leave their bodies intact. Lung Xiao calmed down at this time. Sister Yu, I will reveal my identity to them. I don't believe they dare to attack me." Yu Yi smiled bitterly, shook her head, and said, "It's useless. I know better than you what the tribes under the demons are like. No one will believe your words. They won't even give us a chance to speak. So what if they believe us? Once the truth is revealed, we will all die. As long as they can kill us all, at least the evidence will be obliterated. It seems that they have planned this for a long time. They even know what we are transporting." The flag did not stop. Instead, it was waved more rapidly during the conversation. The caravan stopped again and quickly assembled into a formation. They picked up as many magic arrows as possible from the ground. But it was obvious that the combat power of the caravan could not be compared to the beginning. For their caravan of thousands of people, the demons actually mobilized 50,000 troops, which showed how much importance they attached to them. Although the losses were not small, the encirclement was complete. Yu Ye's caravan could not escape even if it had wings. Jian Yan stood silently beside Lu Shi. He was in a terrible mood. It was not only because of Long Haochen's prediction of the enemy, but also because of the desperate situation in front of them. It was his suggestion that made everyone choose to be a free merchant. The situation in front of them only proved that his suggestion was wrong. Lu Shi patted Jian Yan's shoulder. "It's not your fault." As he said that, he walked to Long Haochen's side and said earnestly, "Commander Long, what should we do? Everything is up to you." Long Haochen nodded slightly and said, "When the battle begins, we will break through the encirclement from the front. Commander Lu, please pay attention to the group healing. Our group will rush in front. You guys follow. Remember, do not steal the horses. You are too obvious on the horses. This is likely to be a long battle. Everyone, try to conserve your spiritual power." "Okay." Lu Shi agreed straightforwardly and formed a formation with his companions. Long Haochen's expression was not good. They had just joined the demons, not long ago, and encountered such a situation. Their original plan had completely changed. There was still a long way to go, not to mention completing the mission. It was more important to survive the situation in front of them. Seeing Lu Shi retreat to form a formation with his companions, Long Haochen glanced at Lin Xan. Then he whispered to his companions, "Do not eat the spirit explosion pill unless it is absolutely necessary. Try to shrink the formation as much as possible. It will be up to you later." As he said that, he came to Qin Er's side and whispered a few words in her ear. Qin nodded. "No problem." As she said that, she pointed in the air. With a flash of light, her little pig medal fell into her arms. "Prepare for battle." Long Haochen shouted in a low voice. "Han, you stayed behind." It was obvious that Long Haochen did not think that he could entrust his back to the soldier-level 4 monster hunters. In that team, the only person he could trust was Lin Xan. On the roof of the luxurious carriage, Yu Yi waved her hands and the formation was completed. Her expression was calm at this time, and she handed the 2 flags in her hands to Lung Xiao beside her. "Xiao Xiao, I know you have a way to escape. If you can't do it, just leave. Give the ring to His Majesty. His Majesty, please uphold justice for us." As she said that, she took off the ruby ring on her finger and placed it on Lung Xiao's finger. Lung Xiao looked at the ring on his finger. Suddenly, he lifted his right hand and wiped the blindfold off his eyes. He took off the ring and pulled Yu Ye's hand to put it on her finger. "Sister Yu, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. But please don't insult the dignity of the heaven, defying demon dragon again." Yu Ye's body trembled. Her eyes showed some excitement, but she quickly calmed down. Now was not the time to be grateful. She took a deep breath and put on the ring again. She said in a low voice, "Okay, then let's fight to the death." As she said that, she turned her wrist and an exquisite long wooden box appeared in her hand. The wooden box was about 1/2 a meter long. It was entirely black, made of wood, and had gilded veins. It was inlaid with 5 gems of red, yellow, blue, white, and gold. These gems were arranged in a special order, forming an unknown magic array. The box itself was an exquisite piece of magical art, and that was without considering its practicality. Yu Yi pressed on both sides of the box. With a click, a small drawer popped out. There was a dark purple scroll inside. The moment the box was opened, Lung Zhao's pink eyes narrowed. Yu Yi said indifferently, "Since they want to kill me, then I'll give them a big gift." Shao, can I not be disturbed for the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn? Lung Zhao nodded firmly. I can. Yu Yi nodded slightly. She handed the flag in her hand to Lung Zhao and sat cross-legged on the roof of the carriage. She did not take out the scroll directly. Instead, she placed the wooden box on her lap and removed the demon eye from her eyes. In an instant, a deep purple halo bloomed from her mesmerizing eyes. Then, a purple light shone from the center of her chest. It was like a dark purple black hole. It looked especially strange in the dark night. The halo shone, and a dark purple, three-legged cauldron floated out of the light. The cauldron was round. The moment it appeared, a purple full moon condensed under its 3 legs. Behind Yu Yi, a silver-white crescent moon shone. Dense, magical waves instantly rose from her body. A silver bracelet on Yu Ye's right wrist shone brightly. A milky white gem the size of a fist appeared in her hand. When this gem appeared, the magical elements around the entire roof of the carriage became viscous, causing the figures of the 2 people in the carriage to distort along with the light. Yu Yi moved her finger. The strange white gem floated up and accurately fell into the purple cauldron released from her body. Suddenly, the purple light on the cauldron shone brightly. It turned into a purple pillar of light that shot into the sky. Above Yu Ye's head, a purple full moon shone instantly, illuminating the entire carriage formation. A low chant began to sound out from Yu Ye's mouth, and the scroll in the wooden box slowly floated up. Bathed in the light of the purple moon in the sky, she was no longer pure and holy. Instead, she was full of demonic charm. Her long hair instantly turned from black to bright purple. Every note that came out of Yu Ye's mouth was very slow, but firm and powerful. It contained a special rhythm. All the magical elements in the air became agitated. Even the members of Yu Ye's merchant guild in the carriage formation felt as if their blood was ignited. What is she doing? Long Haochen looked at Lin Exan behind him. Lin Exan's face was filled with shock. She seems to be activating the power of that scroll. It feels like her cultivation is not much stronger than mine. However, how could she possibly activate such a powerful scroll? That cauldron should be her spiritual cauldron. What was thrown into the spiritual cauldron seems to be an extremely high-level magic crystal. Is she using the power of this magic crystal to activate the scroll? She is risking her life. Qianing also widened her eyes. That scroll can't be a forbidden spell, right? In the Holy Demon Continent, all 9th grade spells were collectively known as forbidden spells. They were taboo existences of destruction. On the battlefield, the most destructive power would always be magic. This was because they could activate the power of heaven and earth to erupt with unparalleled power. The prerequisite was that they could complete the incantation. Lin Exan murmured, "If that is a forbidden spell, then that magic crystal from before is probably a 10th grade magic beast's magic crystal. These 2 things could not be measured with money. This woman is really crazy." The demon army on all 4 sides clearly saw that purple moon, and their originally slow pressure abruptly changed. Their speed instantly increased, and they swarmed in from all directions. Long Haochen pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and said, "That woman from Yi Chamber of Commerce should need time to use the scroll. We don't know how powerful it is, but if she completes this spell, we will definitely not be able to resist it. Change of plan. After the battle starts, We will try to get as close to that woman as possible. Protect her to complete the spell. At the same time, her position should be the safest. When the close combat starts, we will act immediately." At this time, the army of demons had already rushed to within 500 meters of the vehicle formation. The buzzing sound that had sounded before exploded again. Even though the trucks didn't have their full explosive power this time, when the blood-stained magic arrows were shot out, they still exploded with great lethality. Especially those thick magic arrows. Almost every one of them could penetrate the bodies of dozens of demons in the front row. Large clouds of blood burst out from all directions at the same time, causing the forward momentum of the demon army to suddenly stagnate. At the same time, a strong magic light began to shine in the inner circle of the vehicle formation, and the sky suddenly turned red. Then, in the midst of the strong explosion of fire elements, a large number of fireballs fell from the sky, smashing in the direction of the army of demons. Long Houchen saw that it was the mages in the inner circle of the vehicle formation who released the magic. There were not many of them, only 30, and their cultivation was around the 5th grade, about the same level as Lin Exion's spiritual power. But these mages did not use their own cultivation to release the magic. Meteor Shower, a 6th grade spell. It was completely released by the scrolls. 30 Meteor Shower scrolls, rather than using magic, were more like burning money. Magic scrolls of this level cost at least 10,000 gold coins each. There was still a price, but no supply. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Too rich, really too rich. That's 300,000 gold coins gone. The consumption of gold coins was huge, but the effect was also immediate. The scale of the 30 meteor shower was too large. In an instant, the earth turned into a flaming hell. In the midst of the violent roar, the unpleasant smell of burning flesh and blood permeated the battlefield. One could see the ferocious demons being blown to pieces in the meteor shower. The money spent on the 30 scrolls was not wasted. Almost in an instant, the cannon fodder of the dual-bladed demons in front of the demon army was completely wiped out. Even many 4th and 5th grade demons were injured to a certain extent. The momentum of the demon army was completely contained. Although the dual-bladed demons were weak, they were numerous. More than 1/3 of the more than 40,000 demon army were made up of them. Large swathes of meteor shower bombarded out, and the low-level demons could not survive at all. The 30 mages did not stop. At the same time as the meteor shower was released, they each tore open a golden scroll and quickly chanted. When the golden light blossomed in the sky, these mages all fell to the ground and sat cross-legged to meditate. Just releasing the scroll had taken such a huge toll on them. This proved that the scroll was at least of the 7th grade. Only by using the scroll 2 grades above could the caster's spiritual power be greatly consumed. The golden light rippled in the air and then fell down, forming a huge golden light shield that enveloped the whole formation. Only the purple light shot down from the purple moon above Yu Ye's head easily passed through the golden light shield. Yu Ye's chanting continued without any interference. Long Houchen's pupils instantly contracted. He was not a mage, but he could use light magic. Just now he saw very clearly that those scrolls should be a 7th grade light magic. Holy Light Spirit Array. 30 Holy Light Spirit Arrays combined could form such a large area of defense. And the magic used by Yu Yi was full of dark aura. It was clearly a dark magic scroll. To be able to use a dark magic scroll within a light magic scroll without being affected was a classic case of magic tear suppression. It seemed that Lin Xian and Qining were right. That was probably a forbidden magic scroll. The demon army did not retreat because of the bombardment of the meteor shower. Instead, they became even more fearless. Thousands of dark purple rays of light fell on the golden light shield, causing ripples. This was the light released by the magic Eye Warlock. The real main force of the Devil Race army had all rushed up. The Magic Eye Warlocks launched long-range attacks from the rear, while the ones rushing at the forefront were humanoid devils. They were all about 8 meters tall, and at first glance they looked very similar to humans, but their faces were long and narrow, and their eyes were a penetrating green. The ends of their arms were not like human palms, but instead had a conical spike growing out of each of them. The spike was 2 feet long. In between leaps, these humanoid demons were much more dexterous than the dual-bladed demon in terms of speed and strength, and their fighting style was also different. The mad demons were the main infantry unit of the demons. Their fighting strength was far beyond that of the dual-bladed demon. They were not afraid of death, their bodies were tough, and their attacks were extremely crazy. They were comparable to grade 3 human warriors. The spikes on their arms had strong penetrating power and were the nemesis of human infantry. The number of mad demons was not as large as that of the dual-bladed demon. In war, the demons rarely sent them to attack cities because they were reluctant to use them. At this time, the number of mad demons that appeared on the battlefield added up to 5,000. The reason was very simple. The Nubwa tribe to which the mad demons belonged was one of the 3 major tribes of the Narek province. The Holy Light Spirit Array was a group defense skill of the light element, and its defensive power was extremely strong. Thousands of mad demons rushed up from all directions, but were all blocked by the magic. They could only desperately attack the Holy Light Spirit Array to consume the power of the magic. The light of the Holy Light Spirit Array was rapidly weakening under the attack of so many mad demons and magic eye warlocks. In midair, a large number of dual-headed demon vultures soared in the air, and from time to time, they would spit out dark magic bombs that bombarded the Holy Light Spirit Array. In addition to the dual-headed demon vultures, there was also a group of humanoid demons that had the ability to fly. There were quite a few of them, and each of them carried a black spear in their hands and had a pair of large wings flapping behind them. Strange patterns shone on their dark blue bodies. Although they were flying in the air, their fighting style was close combat, and they were waiting for the Holy Light Spirit Array to end. This was the bird demon of the Bitter Lee tribe of the demons. Its fighting strength was grade 4, and it was good at killing targets on the ground from the air. The Bitter Lee tribe was another major tribe of the Narek province. They jointly ruled this province with the Nubwa tribe and the Shichang tribe of the dual-headed demon vultures. In the Yu Yi caravan, whether it was the caravan guards, coachmen, or assistants, they all picked up their weapons, and everyone had a nervous look on their faces. Although their caravan of more than 2,000 people had killed a large number of the demon army, the main forces of the 3 tribes in the Narek province were still intact. Once the Holy Light Spirit Array was broken, it was hard to say how long they could resist. Long Houchin glanced at his companions behind him, who had all changed into their equipment, and said in a low voice, "Move!" Because the Holy Light Spirit Array was still intact, and everyone in the caravan was united against the outside world. No one noticed the changes on their side, and they only thought that they were their own guards. Long Houchin and the other 12 people quickly approached the carriage where Yu Yi and Lung Shao were, while the battle had not fully begun. In the carriage, Lung Shao had already thrown away the flag in his hand, and a long staff appeared in his right hand. The staff was completely black, and at the top was a scarlet gem that seemed to have blood flowing in it. His black hair fluttered behind his head, and the pink in his eyes gradually turned scarlet under the shine of the staff gem. His devilish figure was breathtaking in the night wind. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be faint black lines flowing on the skin of his hands. Finally, after nearly 5 minutes, the golden light broke with the spread of cracks, turning into countless light spots that scattered into the night sky. The demon army was one on the ground and one on the ground, madly rushing towards the caravan. The bloodbath of close combat had finally arrived. The thick, murderous aura mixed with the smell of blood tainted the entire caravan. Chapter 73. Yu Ye's caravan only had 500 guards. However, They were all fully equipped with magic equipment and were at least at the 4th grade. Some of them were even at the 5th grade. Most of them were humans, but there were also a few demons. For example, there were 10 jade, twin-bladed demons among the guards. The demon army's overwhelming attacks descended upon them, but they were forcefully blocked by the 500 guards, the caravan attendants, the coachmen, and the other non-combatants. Hundreds of carriages surrounded the caravan. The area was not small, but the straight-line distance was not very far. As the demons rushed over, Long Houchin had already led his companions to within 50 meters of Yu Yi and Lung Zhao's carriage. At this time they had no choice but to stop. The enemies from all directions could not break into the caravan immediately, but there were still enemies descending from the sky. A fiery red barrier lit up. Lin Xian released a fire elemental shield to protect himself and Channing. The twin-headed demon vulture continuously spat fireballs and darkness-type dark magic bullets from the sky. At the same time, the avian demon, which had been waiting for a long time, also dived down. Behind Long Houchin, Kai, Er's figure suddenly flashed out of the darkness. She tapped the ground with the tips of her toes, and in the next moment, she stood on Long Houchin's shoulder like a golden rooster standing on one leg. Her beautiful black eyes shone with a faint chill. In her right hand, the green bamboo staff that she had put away for a long time appeared once again. The green bamboo staff danced in the air, turning into specks of green light. Every magic bullet that fell, be it fire type or darkness type, was instantly obliterated by Kai Er's slender green bamboo staff. This was the assassin's secret technique, sly stab. With the help of the green bamboo scepter, Kai was able to protect all 7 members of the number 21 monster hunters. None of the magic bullets shot by the twin-headed demon vulture could land within this area. On the other side, the soldier-level 4 monster hunters reacted similarly. The 6 of them quickly gathered together, with 3 magic professions in the middle and 3 melee professions on the outside. A layer of silver light gathered above the 6 of them to form a small halo. The magic bullets that fell from the sky were all bounced off when they entered the halo's range, but they did not explode. It was the space archmage Yi Jun showing his might. The 2 demon hunt squads didn't stop there. While defending against the magic attacks falling from the sky, they were still closing in on Yu Ye's carriage. At this time, no matter what Lu Shi, Dian Yen, and the others had thought before, they had completely put it away. Surrounded by tens of thousands of demon army, they were already in a desperate situation. They were all smart people. If they didn't work together now, they might stay here forever. After Long Houchin changed his strategy, Lu Shi understood after some thought. If Yu Yi was really casting a forbidden spell on top of the carriage, it was easy to imagine how destructive it would be. The closer they were to her, the safer they would be. The best time for them to break out of the encirclement was when the forbidden spell ended. She could not help but admire Long Houchin's decisiveness. To be able to make the right decision in such a short period of time. He truly lived up to his identity as the leader. It was obviously not easy to get close to the demon army. The demon birds that followed closely behind the magic bullets arrived. Although there were not as many demon birds as the mad demons, there were still more than 2,000 demon birds descending from the sky. This was close to the total number of people in Yu Ye's caravan. Dozens of demon birds were pouncing towards Long Houchin's position. The demons also knew how to cooperate. Seeing that the demon birds had entered close combat, the twin-headed demon vultures in the sky immediately turned their attacks towards the guards outside the formation. "Kill!" Long Houchin shouted. The Holy Spirit's sword in his hands flashed with a golden light. With a clang, it blocked the attack of a demon bird. Meanwhile, the blue rain and hibiscus of light in his other hands released countless rays of light. It was lightning stab. The Holy Spirit sword's divine guard instantly switched from light's vengeance to lightning stab. This instantaneous switch was very difficult for other punishment knights of the same rank to achieve. The demon bird descended from the sky with all its might. After being blocked by Long Houchen's divine guard, the recoil from its charge caused its body to freeze. How could it possibly block the lightning stab of blue rain and hibiscus of light? Tens of bloody mists sprayed out from the back of the demon bird, and its body was sent flying by the massive impact. Long Houchen's current strength was around the 5th step or 6th rank. In the entire team, if Kai, Ur's divine artifact, grade sword of Samsara, wasn't taken into account, he was the strongest. How could a Tier 5 demon possibly be a match for a Tier 4 demon with a powerful weapon and skills? Lin Xian, who was also a knight, also displayed her formidable strength. She stabbed her flaming great swords into the ground and activated the rising array, forcefully intercepting one of the demon birds. She then followed up with a combination of lightning stab and cross slash, cutting down another demon bird. In this melee battle, the two monster hunters' combat power was on full display. On the side of the soldier class 4 monster hunters, the shield warrior Yen was responsible for protecting Lu Shi and Yi Jun. A large number of thorny vines had already sprouted from Bai Xiaoma's body, providing a certain degree of protection. Sharp thorns shot out of the vines one after another, obstructing the enemy's path. The assassin, Han Daosi, roamed the outer perimeter, his figure faintly discernible in the darkness. His attacks were ingenious, specifically targeting the injured demon birds. He would often strike at the vital points, killing them instantly. As for Lin Xian, while protecting the demon birds, she also charged at the forefront, fully displaying her combat power as a punishment knight. However, she did not summon her Rose Unicorn. Staying inside the vehicle formation would limit the Rose Unicorn's combat power. At the same time, leaving the Rose Unicorn as a fresh force would be more effective when they broke out of the encirclement later. This was similar to how Long Houchen did not summon Haoyue. On the side of the 4th soldier grade demon hunt squad, the ones with the greatest killing power were still the 2 magic professions, Bai Xiaoma and King Yi. Not only did Bai Xiaoma's plant summoning possess immense destructive power, but it could also restrict her enemies. A huge cloud of yellow mist was being spat out from a special plant into the sky, causing both the speed and attack power of the incoming demon birds to decrease drastically. Even Long Houchen's side benefited greatly from the silver mist. As a spatial magician, Yi Jun, his attacks were very unique. Strange silver streaks would appear in the sky. The instant the silver streaks flickered, the nearby demon birds would be affected, as if they were being tugged at. If a demon bird's body came into contact with the silver light, it would be instantly torn apart. Occasionally, when Yi Jun released a large wave of silver light, several demon birds within range would be torn to shreds, their corpses disintegrated. Aerial and ground attacks were always the most effective in battle. Now that the Holy Light formation had been broken, the Yi caravan's formation instantly fell into a passive state. The mad demons outside could still be stopped, but the demon birds descending from the sky were not so easy to deal with under the protection of the 2-headed demon vulture. While Long Houchen's group could deal with the demon birds relatively easily, the same could not be said for the other caravan members. Most of the coachmen and workers were just ordinary people with weapons. Against the demon birds, which were Tier 4 demons, they were simply slaughtered. If it weren't for the several dozen magicians in the core area, the interior of the caravan would have turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Charge! With a loud shout, Long Houchen took the lead and charged forward, with Kyer standing firmly on his shoulder. Regardless of whether it was the attacks of the twin-headed demon vulture or the demon birds, none of them could threaten Long Houchen from the air. It was obvious that the caravan formation would not last long under the assault of the demon birds. Only by concentrating as much as possible in the center could they last longer. A golden halo spread out from Han Yu's body in the rear. His position just happened to be in the middle of the two demon hunt squads. These light magic buffs not only affected the 21st General Grade Demon Hunt Squad, but also the 4th Soldier Grade Demon Hunt Squad. After all, the 4th Soldier rank did not have a Guardian Knight. This was the first time the two great Demon Hunt Squads had cooperated closely on the battlefield. By Xiaoma's restriction of the surrounding enemies, as well as Han Yu's Halo abilities, made the relationship between the two squads very close. As a cleric, Lu Shi had already prepared his healing magic. If anything happened, his healing magic would immediately follow up. However, the battle had only just begun. His companions were still at their peak condition. At this moment, he was naturally the most relaxed. He also had the time to observe the situation on the battlefield. Lu Shi's gaze followed Long Haochen, who was at the front. He could not help but sigh in admiration as he observed the performance of the 21st General Rank Monster Hunters. He truly lived up to his reputation. The battle strength that Long Haochen and the others could display was definitely not something the 4th Soldier Rank Monster Hunters could compare to. At this moment, Kai had already descended, hiding behind Long Haochen. Long Haochen charged at the front, while Wang Yuan and Sima Xian stood on his left and right. The Divine Soul Shield and the thick staff helped Long Haochen perfectly defend his flanks. This allowed Long Haochen, who was in the Punishment Knight state, to safely display his full offensive power. Even with Lu Shi's eyesight, he could only see that Long Haochen's two swords were constantly stabbing out like a rain of light. The demon birds falling in front of him were cut into pieces. Not a single one was able to stop him from advancing. He maintained his speed towards the caravan. The defense in the air fell on Lin Xian's body. Layers of fire elemental shields and rings of fire continuously exploded in the air, repelling all the demon birds falling to the ground. Han Yu, who was at the back, calmly released and maintained his aura skills. The entire team was like a sharp sword, attacking and defending together as they charged forward. Although their teamwork could not be said to be perfect, at least they did not make any mistakes. The only one who did not move was Chen Ying, who had an adorable pig in her arms. The battle on Long Haochen's side was intense, but the battle on the roof of the caravan was even more intense than the one on top of it, where Yu Yi was. The commander of the demon army was not an idiot. Anyone could tell that Yu Yi was about to unleash a powerful magic after making such a huge commotion. Thus, both the two-headed demon vulture's attacks and the demon bird's attacks were focused on this side. Lung Shao stood there silently, the staff in his hand raised high above his head. Rays of blood-red light continuously shot out from the gem at the tip of the staff. Every time a ray of blood-red light touched a demon bird, it would immediately turn into a ball of red light and disappear in an instant. And Lung Zhao's own face would have a bright red tint. The caravan itself emitted a soft layer of fiery red light, defending against the two-headed demon vulture's magic attacks. This was also why Yu Yi did not leave the caravan. The caravan itself was a powerful piece of equipment. The magicians of the caravan had already gathered around the caravan, using their magic to support Lung Shao. At least for a short while, they would be able to hold on. At this moment, a dozen mournful cries rang out in the sky. Then a dozen or so rays of blue light descended from the sky like meteors. On the caravan, Lung Zhao's expression changed slightly. He pointed the staff in his hand, and dozens of blood-red balls of light shot out. However, these blue figures that suddenly descended were clearly not as easy to deal with as ordinary demon birds. They flashed and weaved in the sky, occasionally emitting blinding rays of blue light, unexpectedly dispelling Lung Zhao's attacks one by one. Long Haochen and the others had already rushed to a position only 10 meters away from the caravan. They could clearly see the figures descending from the sky. They were also demon birds, but they were especially large. Each of them was more than 5 meters tall, and their bodies were majestic and muscular. Their entire bodies flickered with a layer of blue ripples that looked like lightning. The spears in their hands were also much thicker and longer than ordinary demon birds. They were aimed at Lung Xiao and Yu Yi. Compared to ordinary demon birds, these demon birds were called great demon birds. However, their battle prowess was already at the 6th rank. In the Kuli tribe, their status was like that of the dark green dual-blade demons to the Zhe Lin tribe's ordinary dual-blade demons. They were the true elites of the tribe. Moreover, there were even fewer great demon birds. They had the ability to control lightning. With 12 6th rank great demon birds attacking the roof at the same time, it was no wonder that Lung Xiao's expression had changed. One had to know that her true cultivation was only at the peak of the 5th rank, not the 6th rank. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to pass the Temple League's inspection. "You dare attack me?" Lung Xiao roared angrily. Suddenly, a pair of black wings stretched out from her back. An incomparably tyrannical aura erupted in an instant, causing the sky above her head to turn blood red. Her pink eyes seemed to spit out bloody light. She wielded her staff and flew towards the 12 great demon birds. A series of strange chants came out of her mouth. The staff in her hand transformed into blood-red runes. 6 huge blood-red runes instantly spread out, emitting a dense bloody light. Rumble, forbidden, space. A violent explosion rang out in the sky. A huge circle of blood-red light spread out with Lung Xiao at the center. Wherever the blood-red light went, whether it was a large or an ordinary devil bird, all of their wings lost their function. Any flying creature that passed through this blood-red light would lose their wings and fall to the ground like raindrops. It seemed that Lung Xiao couldn't escape the powerful forbidden space spell either. She also fell towards the roof. If an ordinary demon bird were to fall to the ground, they would be injured even if they didn't die. However, for the rank 6 great demon birds, they were not too far from the ground. As they tumbled in the air, lightning flashed, constantly changing the direction of their bodies to neutralize the impact. However, their previous plan to attack from the sky had clearly failed. The great demon birds looked at Lung Xiao with fear in their eyes. However, they bounced up the moment they landed and used their astonishing jumping ability to reach the roof of the carriage. At this time, Long Haochen and the others finally rushed to the side of the carriage. Long Haochen looked at the people around him and said, "Kai, follow me up. The rest of you, protect yourselves." While saying that, he pushed off the ground with the tips of his feet, and with a forceful leap, he soared into the air and landed on the roof of the carriage. Although the carriage was huge, Lung Xiao and Yu were already on it. It couldn't accommodate Long Haochen's entire group. Otherwise, even if they could stand, they wouldn't have the space to use their abilities. Lung Xiao, who had just landed on the roof, saw a youth jump up from below. Without hesitation, she waved her staff and a bloody light blasted towards Long Haochen. "I'm here to help you." At the same time as Long Haochen shouted, the Holy Spirit sword shone brightly with golden light, and a rich divine power suddenly bloomed. A ball of sun-like brilliance flashed in the sky and forcibly melted the blood-red light ball. It was the glorious sun / Long Haochen had seen Lung Xiao's previous attack. Although he didn't know what this bloody light ball was, he didn't dare to be careless. After saying that to Lung Xiao, Long Haochen rotated with the tip of his left foot as the center. He brandished the 2 swords in his hands and slashed at the 2 great demon birds that were pouncing towards the roof of the carriage. He was using his actions to prove to Lung Xiao that they were enemies. The moment the glorious sun shone, Lung Xiao couldn't help but frown. She hated this kind of light attribute, aura. However, at this moment, she recognized Long Haochen's identity. Light attribute was a taboo for demons. No demons could have light attribute abilities. However, this young human was here to help her. So handsome. The moment Long Haochen turned around, Lung Xiao's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of splendor. At this moment, a somewhat illusory black figure appeared behind Long Haochen. Her gaze just happened to meet Leng Zhao's. Even with Leng Zhao's strength and noble bloodline, she couldn't help but shiver when she met this pair of cold eyes. The two great demon birds that Long Haochen chose as his targets waved their spears. Two bolts of lightning instantly shattered Long Haochen's light slashes. Their flying momentum didn't change as they continued to charge towards Long Haochen. The effect of the flight restriction seemed to have disappeared. They spread their wings and once again displayed their advantages. Clang, clang. Two explosive sounds rang out. Long Haochen, who was standing on the roof of the car, didn't retreat at all. He actually blocked the two great demon birds' attacks just like that. Moreover, he instantly bounced them back a bit. At the same time, the intense golden light of Light's vengeance shone on Long Haochen's body. A ball of golden light shot out from Long Haochen's chest. He spread his four wings and made a backward somersault, hovering behind Long Haochen's back. His four wings gently flapped, maintaining his body's suspension. A clear and melodious chant rang out rapidly. The light spirit Yiting, hovering diagonally above Long Haochen. Yiting's noble and sacred eyes shone with divine light. A soft golden halo dyed Long Haochen's body in a layer of gold. It should be known that Yiting wasn't like Huang Yi, who hadn't evolved yet. In the process of fusing with Long Haochen, this light spirit had already evolved twice. Every time an elemental spirit evolved, it would bring more benefits to its master. Not only would it assist in cultivation, but it would also be extremely powerful in battle. From the perspective of a spiritual stove, she was purely an auxiliary spiritual stove. Thus, the moment Yiting floated behind Long Haochen, Long Haochen immediately felt that his spiritual power recovery rate had increased by at least twofold. When he used his skills, the light element would automatically condense to a certain extent. On the surface of his body, a layer of light fire rose faintly. Be it in terms of offense or defense, his strength had been greatly enhanced. The time required to use his skills had been reduced by more than a third. This was the first time Long Haochen had cooperated with Yiting in battle, so he was still somewhat unfamiliar with it. He didn't expect Yiting to be of such great help to him. However, he was the scion of light, so his spiritual power was different from ordinary people's. He quickly adapted to the changes in his body. The two great bird devils were repelled by Long Haochen's divine block and continuous block. Immediately afterwards, Long Haochen followed up with a crisscross slash. Relying on the vengeance of light and the light spirit Yiting's instantaneous boost, the might of this attack was astonishingly great. It unexpectedly forced the two great bird devils to retreat more than 10 meters in the air. At this time, Long Haochen didn't need to worry about protecting his companions. His own battle strength was completely displayed. Two white lights shot out from his chest, forcibly pulling back the two great bird devils that were pouncing towards Yi. This was the power of the saint's spiritual stove. At the same time, the Holy Spirit sword in Long Haochen's right hand abruptly turned a dense white. Instant holy sword. Even with Yiting's help, he still couldn't instantaneously release a powerful fifth-step attack like the holy sword. But don't forget, Long Haochen still had a secret skill from the assassin's temple, flower grafting. The holy sword swept horizontally, light severing sword. The moment Long Haochen's light severing sword was completed, Yiting's first incantation was also completed. The light severing sword struck out by the holy sword was an extremely pure and holy white color. A golden light suddenly followed closely behind, immediately covering the light severing sword with a layer of dense golden red flames. This was the sun's fire. In the past, Long Haochen could also display such an ability. However, it required him to consume a large amount of spiritual energy, as well as perfect control of time and opportunity. But now, not only had his strength increased, but he also had Yiting's help. Unexpectedly, he he was able to casually execute such an attack. Boom, boom! In front of the intense sacred light, the two great demon birds couldn't avoid being blasted back despite their powerful cultivation. Moreover, compared to their companions, these two great bird devils were even more miserable. Their bodies were blasted more than 20 meters away and were even stained by the sun's fire. Amidst their mournful howls, they desperately tried to extinguish the flames. For the time being, they were no longer a threat to the roof of the carriage. Long Houchin clearly understood his position. What he needed to do now wasn't to kill the enemies, but to prevent them from killing Yu Yi. This was to buy time for Yu Yi to complete her magic. Thus, after repelling the two great bird devils, he didn't pursue or pause. The Saint Spiritual Stove instantly changed directions and attracted the attention of two great bird devils that were pouncing towards Lung Shao. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it all happened within a few breaths. Although Long Houchin was only at the 5th step, he relied on his own strength to forcibly pin down 6 great bird devils. It must be known that these were 6 6th step demons. Although the great bird devils were weakened due to their attribute restraints and they didn't have human equipment, there were still 6 great bird devils. The fact that a 5th step knight like Long Houchin was able to accomplish this was enough to raise everyone's eyebrows. It was also because of Long Houchin's powerful performance that the pressure on Lung Shao was greatly reduced. Balls of blood-red light that had clearly grown in size blocked the remaining great bird devils, barely resisting their offensive. Although their side had temporarily stabilized, the entire caravan was on the verge of collapse. With the help of the two-headed demon vultures, the great bird devil army had already successfully occupied the interior of the caravan. They were currently attacking from both sides with the mad demons outside. This time, the caravan's guards couldn't hold on any longer. Screams rang out continuously as the resistance of the caravan grew weaker. The cruelty and bloodlust of the demons was on full display at this moment. Not a single human corpse was left intact. What was even more shocking was that the mad demons and great bird devils didn't stop after killing them, actually starting to devour their corpses. Even the two-headed demon vultures descended from the sky to join in, turning the corpses into food. The faces of the two monster hunters turned paler and paler. Although they had participated in battles before, this was the first time they were witnessing such a scene. This could no longer be described as cruel. Although their faces were pale, their eyes were gradually turning red. The strength that they had been suppressing gradually became uncontrollable, and their attacks began to rise. On the roof, Long Houchin was finding it harder and harder to defend. The 12 great bird devils were, after all, 12 Type 6 powerhouses. After their attacks were blocked, the 12 great bird devils floated in the air and launched a group attack. A thick, bluish-purple glow covered their bodies, as snake-like lightning flowed on their skin, illuminating their ferocious fangs. The 12 great bird devils pointed their spears at the roof at the same time and launched a joint attack. The piercing screeches dyed the entire roof a bluish-purple, as the spiritual energy of the great bird devils, mixed with the stench of blood, rushed towards the caravan. However, at this moment, Long Houchin didn't panic at all. Instead, he was unusually calm and took a few steps back. At the same time, he shouted to Lung Shao, "Leave it to me." A purple glow appeared on his forehead, and a huge figure suddenly appeared on the roof of the caravan. With the addition of this figure, the originally spacious roof of the caravan became cramped. However, it was clear that its position had been calculated by Long Houchin, so it didn't affect Lung Shao and Yu Yi, who were still chanting. For strange purple lights flew out at almost the same time, landing on Long Houchin, Lung Shao, and Yu Yi. Long Houchin and didn't react, but Lung Shao and Yu Yi trembled slightly, and Yu Ye's incantation was almost interrupted. In the next instant, a miraculous scene appeared. Whoosh! A strange whistling sound rang out from the top of the caravan, and a huge pillar of red, gold, and azure light shot into the sky. The 3 pillars of light rose at the perfect time, just as the 12 great avian demons rushed to the top of the caravan. Long Houchin's figure flashed, and he was already in front of Yu Yi. He crossed his arms and used divine defense, blocking the attacks of 3 great avian demons. The light elemental spirit Yu Ting didn't stop casting buffs. There were at least 7 layers of golden light on Long Houchin's body, so even if the 3 great avian demons faced Long Houchin, they wouldn't be able to break his divine defense. Mournful screams erupted in the next instant, coming from the mouths of the 12 great avian demons. Without a doubt, the huge figure that suddenly appeared on the roof was Long Haoyue. The 3 pillars of light were naturally the chaos elemental stripping spell that he had used before. Great avian demons also had magic attributes, but they were only at the 6th rank and didn't have the power of the bloodthirsty beta. Back then, even the bloodthirsty beta had been heavily injured by this attack, let alone these great avian demons whose ranks weren't even comparable to the chaos elemental stripping spell. Almost in an instant, cracks of varying degrees appeared on the skin of the 12 great avian devil birds. At the same time, the flickering bluish-purple lightning on their bodies dissipated, frantically tearing at their bodies. Violent spasms appeared on their bodies. However, these great avian demons were still powerhouses of the 6th rank. Faced with fatal danger, they desperately tried to escape the range of the pillars of light. It had to be known that when Haoyue had used this spell outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass, it had a range of 50 meters. But now, it was limited to the top of the caravan, and its power had almost doubled. These great avian demons' defenses weren't even as strong as the 5th rank Jade Green twin-bladed demons. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to fly. Kai Er, who had been hiding behind Long Houchin all this time, finally moved. Her illusory figure turned into a black bolt of lightning in the air. The great avian demons were in human form, so their vitals weren't any different from a human's. A black shadow flashed, and a bloody hole appeared in the center of each of the 3 great avian demons' foreheads. With such a good opportunity, Long Houchin and Lung Xiao naturally wouldn't let it go. In just an instant, Long Houchin, with Yu Ting's help, the Holy Spirit sword, blue rain, and hibiscus of light blossomed with the radiance of the Holy Sword. Their bodies pounced like lightning, and a dragon's roar resounded as the rising dragon strike engulfed 2 great avian demons, the 2 swords piercing their throats. In the next instant, the saint's spiritual stove traction skill was activated, forcibly pulling back the 2 great demon birds that were trying to escape. The rising dragon's strike transformed into the battle-killing revolving sword in midair, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Lung Xiao, who had been using magic to attack, also revealed her other side at this time. The black wings on her back flapped, and her body turned into a red radiance in the air. She didn't use her staff to attack, but her body. She threw a punch and a kick, causing intense sonic booms in the air. 3 great demon birds were directly killed by her. After killing the 3 great avian demons, Kai Er's figure flashed, and she turned into a phantom as she flitted past the back of another great avian demon. That great avian demon's head immediately fell to the ground, and dark blue blood sprayed out from its neck. The last great avian demon escaped from the range of the chaos elemental stripping, but the pillar of light that soared into the sky suddenly shrank under the roar of the 3 different high, medium, and low rhythms. Then it fiercely bombarded its back. The pillar of light immediately pierced through its body, and even killed a dozen great avian demons in the distance before quietly dissipating. Compared to the last time she used the chaos elemental stripping, Haoyue's situation was much better. Although the radiance in his 3 heads and 6 eyes was still somewhat dim, the elemental fluctuations around his body didn't weaken much. This was clearly the benefit of his recent evolution. Lung Xiao looked at Haoyue with shock, and then at Long Houchin. She really didn't expect them to be able to kill 6 great avian demons under such circumstances. Suddenly, a fiery ring of light flew out from below and pulled all of the fallen great bird devil's corpses over, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The one who took action was naturally Lin Xan. Even the members of the 21st General Grade Demon Hunt Squad didn't know how big this guy's storage space was. He didn't just collect great avian demons, he had also collected a lot of ordinary great avian demons. Chuaning chuckled and said, "Brother Yuyao, you're really obsessed with money." Lin Xan snorted unhappily and said, "Those who don't manage the household don't know how expensive rice and firewood are. These are all good materials. Demons are allowed to eat us humans, but we're not allowed to make use of them." The battle on the roof finally came to an end. Yu Ting dutifully released a spirit-gathering halo to help Long Haochen recover his spiritual energy. The spirit-gathering halo she used was even more powerful than Long Haochen's own. This spirit-gathering halo directly condensed light elements from various magic elements and fused them into Long Haochen's body. This allowed Long Haochen to feel the liquid spiritual energy continuously flowing out from the saint's spiritual furnace, replenishing the energy that he had consumed before, which couldn't be considered much. Unfortunately, Haiyue couldn't enjoy the effects of the halo. The light elemental fairy was a proud existence, and her magic could only be used on Long Haochen. How long will it take for her magic to finish? Although the crisis on the roof had been temporarily resolved, Long Haochen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he looked around. The boundless demon army was madly attacking with them as the center. Lun Xiao was surprised by Long Haochen's question, but he didn't hesitate and said, "Another 5 minutes or so." "I'll leave the roof to you," Long Haochen said in a low voice and jumped back to the ground with Kai, leaving Haiyue on the roof. It was unknown whether he was speaking to Lung Xiao or Haiyue. "Conserve your spiritual energy," Long Haochen shouted, and with a flash of golden light on his body, he himself released a spirit-condensing ring of light, enveloping all 13 members of the 2 demon hunt squads. Chapter 74. Among the 2 teams, only Long Haochen was able to use the spirit-gathering aura. It was a secret skill that he had specially learned for the team. The crisis on top of the carriage was temporarily resolved. He had no choice but to quickly return to the team to command, because he could clearly see that whether it was the 21st General level or the 4th Soldier level monster hunters, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. The 21st General level monster hunters were slightly better. At least, Wang Yuanyuan had not used the true power of her divine giant soul shield. Sima Xian had also restrained himself from using Berserk. However, the 4th Soldier level monster hunters, including Lin Xan, were already giving it their all. Dazzling rays of light kept bursting out, crazily killing the demons. By Xiaomao, this little girl's eyes were red. She kept chanting incantations, and large clusters of thistles and thorns crazily grew outwards. Around her body, there were already more than 10 plants that could spit out sharp thorns. There were also 7 or 8 bean pods that could slow people down. Her delicate little face was already deathly pale. But even so, she still didn't stop chanting. Without a doubt, she was already overdrawn. If this continued, her life would be overdrawn. Long Haochen jumped down from the carriage. In a flash, he rushed to Bai Xiaomao's side. His shoulder lightly bumped against her back, instantly interrupting her incantation. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiaomao turned around and fiercely roared at Long Haochen. Long Haochen angrily said, "Did you forget my warning? Save your spiritual power. There are so many demons, can you kill them all? Protecting yourself is our most basic requirement. Get lost. What right do you have to control me? Don't you know that my father and mother died in the hands of these bastard demon birds? Get lost. It's none of your business whether I need to raise them or not." "Pa!" Long Haochen raised his hand and slapped Bai Xiaomao to the ground. "Bastard, do you think your life belongs to only one person? Your life belongs to the team. It doesn't matter if you die. Do you want to drag your companions to die with you? From now on, you're not allowed to release any magic, or I'll knock you out. Long Houchin's angry roar was unquestionable. After saying that, he didn't stop for a second and rushed to the front in a flash. She kicked Dianyen, who was fighting for his life, back 3 steps. At the same time, the Holy Spirit sword in her left hand swept horizontally. The spine of the sword struck Wang Yuanyuan's shield, making a loud clang. All of you, shrink your formation. Do you want to die? As he spoke, Long Houchin's body suddenly erupted with a tyrannical golden halo. He swept the heavy sword in his hands horizontally. 2 light, severing swords, under the amplification of the light elemental fairy Yiting, transformed into holy sword slash. 8 mad demons were chopped in half. At the same time, the flames of the sun soared into the sky, forcing back the demon birds that were diving down from the sky. This gave the 2 monster hunters a brief moment of respite. It had only been about 10 minutes since the start of the battle, but when it finally stopped, everyone realized that they were already gasping for breath. Even though no one was injured, the series of all-out attacks just now had consumed a lot of their internal and external spiritual energy. Long Houchin turned around and coldly swept his gaze across everyone. From now on, whoever disobeys my orders will be immediately expelled from the monster hunters. Bursting fireballs, each with a diameter of more than half a meter, descended from the sky and landed in front of Long Houchin. The violent explosion sent a large number of charging demon flying. The fireballs were shot by Hao Yue, who was on the roof of the car. When Long Houchin turned around to face the demons again, he had already put away the blue rain and hibiscus of light in his hands and replaced them with the Holy Spirit shield. The Holy Spirit shield that came with the Holy Spirit set was quietly released, causing everyone's body to ripple with a layer of white light. Coupled with the effect of the spirit gathering aura, the 2 monster hunters all felt a sense of relief. Lin Xian, Yijun, you 2 are responsible for defending the sky. Lin Xian, when there are too many enemies, use my signal to release the resistance ring of fire. Dianyen, fight the enemy side by side with me. Wang Yuanyuan, Sima Xian, you 2 protect the 2 wings. Kaier, Hondaosi, you 2 are responsible for moving around and picking up the loose ends. This was naturally referring to the 2 monster hunters as a whole. At this moment, Long Houchin had truly taken on the task of commanding the 2 teams. Surprisingly, no one refuted his words. The 4th soldier level monster hunters were the same. Everyone had seen the powerful strength that Long Houchin had displayed on the roof of the car. The 4th soldier level monster hunters were shocked to find that Long Houchin was much stronger than they had imagined. In particular, when the 12 great demon birds were killed, the shock he felt was more intense than any words could describe. When Long Houchin jumped down from the carriage and returned to the battle formation, a series of angry roars woke everyone up from the bloody battle. He did not even hesitate to attack his own people. That's right. Now was not the time to compete with the number of enemies they could kill. The most important thing was to leave this place alive. At the start, the 4th soldier level monster hunters were more or less obeying Long Houchin's orders. With so many demons in front of them, they were all meritorious deeds. On top of that, almost everyone had a deep hatred for the demons, as well as the side effects of the demons eating humans. As a result, they naturally did not care about anything else as they killed. Long Houchin descended from the sky. He gave up his strongest attack and turned into a guardian knight. Whether it was the Holy Spirit barrier or the spirit gathering halo, they affected everyone in the team. The killing intent in their hearts quickly disappeared. Hearing Long Houchin's unquestionable roar, everyone subconsciously did as he said. Boom! The Holy Spirit shield swept out and knocked back 2 mad demons. At this time, Long Houchin completely gave up on attacking. Whether it was the Holy Spirit shield or the Holy Spirit sword, he used both to block. With his own strength, he repelled all the enemies in front of him. His companions had used up a lot of energy in the previous battle. They needed time to recover their spiritual power and stamina. Otherwise, how would they break out of the encirclement? Thus, at this time, he could only rely on his own strength to buy time for his companions. Standing at the back, they could clearly see that Long Houchin maintained a special pace. It was fast, effective, and most importantly, balanced. His entire body was like a wall. Within a range of more than 10 meters horizontally, he would appear at whichever enemy rushed over. The golden light of divine block continuously appeared on his body. Only when the golden light was at its peak would he occasionally slash out with a light sword, reaping the lives of some demons. As he moved, the spirit-gathering halo enveloped everyone. It could be said that the current Long Houchin was completely at the level of an Earth Knight, the strongest guardian knight. Just a moment ago, when he was on the roof of the car, he was still a powerful Retribution Knight. An expert might not be particularly important in a team, but a powerful leader was the true core and soul of the entire team. Long Houchin used his actions to tell his companions what they should do. The other 12 were also well-known figures of the younger generation in the Temple League. But at this moment, in their eyes, Long Houchin seemed to have reached a completely different level. Even Kai was no exception. Perhaps with the help of the spiritual stove of Samsara, Kai-Er's attack power could still surpass Long Houchin's. But whether it was her ability to see the big picture or to command, she knew that she was far from being able to compare with Long Houchin. This had nothing to do with her feelings for him. It was the truest judgment. Kai-Er suddenly thought that even if she did not have such a close relationship with Long Houchin, if they could really be in the same team, he would still be the team leader in the end. The speed of his growth was simply too fast. On the roof of the car, Lung Xiao was also observing Long Houchin. The death of the 12 large demon birds had bought her ample time. The ordinary demon birds that swooped down from the sky posed no threat to her at all. Who is that young man? Since when did my sister's caravan have such a person? Is he really only at the 5th rank? Also, what is this 3-headed demon beast? Why do I feel my heart palpitate when I look at it? And it seems to be a suppression from the bloodline? No, that's impossible. My bloodline is the noblest. Even the most powerful human beings can't surpass me in terms of bloodline. Yu Yi sat silently on the roof of the car. Her eyes were fixed on the scroll floating in front of her. Everything that was happening in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with her. A rich purple color was rising crazily, and the purple moon in the sky also became incomparably clear. Her incantation became slower, but also more solemn. There seemed to be some moisture in the air, which was the condensation of viscous magical elements. The bright purple moon gradually turned black, and the sky that it lit up gradually dimmed. A mournful howl sounded in the sky. Then a bright golden bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking straight at Yu Yi. Lung Yu was shocked. Her figure flashed, and she stood in front of Yu Yi. An incomparably dense bloody light formed a shield on the staff in her hand, blocking the golden bolt of light. There was a loud boom, and the golden lightning scattered in all directions. Lung Zhao's shield was shattered, and even her body was stained with some of the golden lightning. Her entire body trembled, and her legs turned to jelly. She almost fell onto the roof of the car. In the sky, a golden figure was swooping down like a hurricane. It was a demon bird, but its entire body was a brilliant gold. The spear in its hand was in the form of golden lightning. It was about 2 meters tall, and a pair of golden wings on its back swept through the sky, leaving 2 dazzling golden arcs of lightning in its wake. It swooped down toward Lung Xiao. There were no more than 3 golden demon birds in the entire demon bird race. One of them was their chief. Although this golden demon bird didn't have the strength of the 8th rank, it stood at the peak of the 7th rank. His body entered the lightning. It was swift, valiant, and filled with a strong sense of oppression. Roar! Lung Xiao suddenly raised her head and let out a mournful dragon roar. A layer of powerful red light instantly erupted from her body. Strangely enough, after seeing this layer of red, the powerful golden demonic bird's body came to an abrupt halt in the air, and its fierce eyes flickered with bewilderment. Lung Xiao changed. Her fiery figure suddenly grew a bit larger, and black scales quickly drilled out from her skin, covering her entire body. An indescribably powerful aura erupted from her body, not because of her strength, but because of the aura in her bloodline. Lowly demon bird, you dare to attack me? You must be tired of living. Lung Xiao roared valiantly, apart from the golden demon bird. None of the other demon birds that were swooping down from the sky dared to attack her. The golden demon bird's eyes flickered, and it suddenly spoke in human language, screaming, "Despicable human! How dare you pretend to be a demon dragon? Die!" As it spoke, its speed increased again, and it went straight for Lung Xiao. Lung Xiao knew that Yu Yi was right. Since the 3 races in Narik province dared to attack, they would no longer have any scruples. They had no intention of leaving anyone alive. No matter what identity they had, it was no longer of any use to them at this time. "Sister Yu, you have to be faster." Lung Xiao cried in her heart, and her legs exerted force as she rushed towards the golden demon bird. One could clearly see that Lung Xiao's entire body was covered in black scales, and there were sharp spikes growing on her shoulders, knees, back, and arms. As she rushed up, her entire body emitted a layer of blood-red light, and her aura actually suppressed the golden demon bird that was far stronger than her. While Lung Xiao was in trouble, Long Haochen was also facing a strong enemy. A mad demon covered in crimson scales had already rushed in front of him, and it launched a crazy attack. This mad demon was more than 3 meters tall, and its body was majestic like a small mountain. The spikes on its arms were more than 5 meters long, and the terrifying penetrative attack swept towards Long Haochen. Dang, dang, dang. Long Haochen blocked 3 attacks in a row, and he took 3 steps back. Each step left a deep ravine on the ground, and the terrifying power left 3 dents on his holy spiritual shield. Moreover, he had to rely on the triple endurance of Divine Block, the Light Elemental Fairy, and Han Yu's skills to barely block it. Lin Xian made a prompt decision, and no longer released the defying ring of fire. A fire elemental shield was cast on Long Haochen, and Lu Shi's holy light shield fell down at the same time. This allowed Long Haochen to resist the 4th attack of the mad demon, and he didn't retreat again. What moved the others was that in the face of such a strong enemy, Long Haochen didn't hesitate to release the saint's spiritual stove, and a white light connected him and the mad demon together. It was obvious that the mad demon before them was the same as the golden demon bird that descended from the sky. They were both true commanders of the demon army. Being able to make Long Haochen, who used Divine Block so difficult to withstand, proved that the strength of the mad demon before them had entered the 7th step. Fortunately, it was only at the beginning of the 7th step, and its spiritual power was only around 10,000. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for Long Haochen to block it. The reason why the mad demon was called the mad demon wasn't because its blood was red. To be precise, none of the demons had red blood. When the mad demon attacked, its whole body would emit a strong bloody light, and its 2 sharp forelimbs would turn blood red, hence its name. Its attack power was extremely penetrative, and even with the holy spiritual shield and the holy light shield, it still couldn't offset the damage to the shield. Long Haochen was very distressed about his shield, but he had no other choice. Apart from him and the 2 monster hunters, none of the other 12 could directly block this 7th step demons. He absolutely couldn't retreat, and could only use all his strength to resist. Facing a strong enemy, Long Haochen's strength was completely revealed under the pressure. In terms of skills, he had only used Holy Light Infusion Shield and Divine Block. However, how could the strength he displayed be something that could be described by these 2 skills? His originally illusory footsteps suddenly became solid, and every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. The mad demon's speed and strength were all above his, but it was forcefully blocked by Long Houchen's divine block, making it unable to take a step forward. It couldn't even go around it from the side. Coupled with the effects of the saint's spiritual stove, before Long Houchen was defeated, this powerful seventh-step demons couldn't do anything to the others. The footwork Long Houchen used was Long Xingwu's direct inheritance. In other words, although he was currently playing the role of Guardian Knight, he was actually using the Punishing Knight's footwork. This set of footwork was created by Long Xingwu, and Long Houchen had slightly modified it over the years by combining it with his own abilities. It was called 9 Dragon Steps. The so-called 9 Dragon Steps was actually 9 types of footwork suitable for different battles. For example, when Long Houchen was facing a large number of enemies, he used the most flexible and suitable illusory dragon steps in group battles. Now that he was facing a strong enemy, he used the most stable and sturdy dragon suppression step. Never underestimate this footwork. A good footwork was extremely important in a battle. Not only could it strengthen oneself and weaken the opponent's attack, it could also allow the user to control the rhythm of the battle. If the enemy was only the Crimson Blood Demon, then the other 12 people might be able to kill the Crimson Blood Demon if they surrounded him while Long Houchen was blocking the enemy head-on. Unfortunately, they were now facing an army of demons that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Although Long Houchen was able to block the Crimson Blood Mad Devil head-on, he was also being held back by the Crimson Blood Mad Devil. As for the ordinary Mad Devils and Winged Devils, they had to deal with them by themselves. Dian Yen was a shield warrior, and the shield in his hand was much larger than Long Houchen's holy spiritual shield. However, at this moment, the gap between him and Long Houchen was completely revealed. Before the appearance of the Crimson Blood Demon, Long Houchen was able to block all the enemies within a 10-meter radius. But now, Dian Yen was only able to block about 3 meters in front of him. He was also a Grade 5 warrior. Blocking this 3-meter wide section was already his best effort. This kind of defensive area was obviously not enough to block the attacks of all his companions. On the side of the 21st General Level Monster Hunters, Long Houchen went to block the Mad Demon. Han Yu rushed forward and blocked with his heavy shield, protecting his front. After all, they were fighting with the carriage behind them, so they had nothing to worry about. A layer of distorted ripples spread from the top of Han Yu's head, and a dozen or so mad demons in front of him fell into a temporary daze. Han Yu swung the heavy sword in his right hand, and the light sword, shining with liquid spiritual energy, instantly cut open the throats of these mad demons. However, they did not fall to the ground, and still blocked the mad demon warriors behind them. The evil eye floated above Han Yu, and its huge eyeballs rolled around. The skill it used was not very strong, just a mental shock. However, it was very effective against these simple-minded, muscular mad demons. Supporting Han Yu, he firmly defended the front. Previously, among the two teams, only Han Yu listened to Long Houchen's orders and did not use his full strength. Moreover, he was standing at the back. All along, because of Long Houchen's excellence in strength, and because of their different positions, Han Yu rarely had the opportunity to face the enemy head-on. Now that his combat power as the Guardian Knight was displayed, the soldier level 4 monster hunters on the other side realized that Han Yu was actually very strong. Perhaps he was slightly weaker than Long Houchen, but the difference was not too big. This was a rank 5 knight. They could not help but feel puzzled. How could such a powerful rank 5 knight not enter the top 60 of the monster hunters? Instead, he became Long Houchen's retainer? Boom! Lun Zhao's body fell from the sky and slammed into the roof of the carriage. However, the carriage was really hard, and it did not suffer any damage under such a collision. However, the purple light on Ye's body trembled a little. At this time, Yu Yi had reached the most crucial moment. The dense purple light had caused her body to almost disappear, and the mysterious scroll was about to reach its end. She was about to succeed. Lung Xiao was truly strong. Even against a Type 6 powerhouse, she could rely on her powerful bloodline and her own combat prowess. Unfortunately, she was facing a Type 7 powerhouse, a golden demon bird with the ability to fly. Even if she could suppress her opponent in terms of aura, the difference in strength was too great. After sending Lung Xiao back, the golden demon bird did not give chase. Instead, it raised the golden lightning spear in its hands and threw it at Yu Yi. Amidst the ear-piercing hissing sound, the golden lightning spear actually tore out 2 golden cracks in the air, causing the air to twist and distort. Even for the golden demon bird, this was an all-out attack. Seeing that Yu Yi was about to activate the scroll, as a Type 7 powerhouse, the golden demon bird could naturally sense how terrifying the scroll was. Otherwise, it would not have appeared here personally. Lung Xiao had to be killed, but it was more important to interrupt Yu Ye's magic. As long as it succeeded, the battle would end quickly. Lung Xiao's face was pale. Her body was still numb from the golden demon bird's attack. No matter what method she had, it was too late to save Yu Yi. A hint of despair appeared in her eyes, which had already turned blood red. At this critical moment, a white light suddenly shot out from below. Its target wasn't to block the golden lightning, but to land on the golden demon bird's body. A strange scene appeared. The golden demon bird's tyrannical golden lightning spear actually changed direction just as it was about to hit Yu Yi. It brushed past above Yu Ye's head and swept diagonally downwards. Its target was Long Haochen. That's right. Just as Yu Yi was about to fall, Long Haochen made his move. It was already quite strenuous for him to block the crimson blood demon head-on. But at this time he still directed the second saint's spiritual stove to the golden demon bird without any hesitation. If it was anyone else with the same ability as Long Haochen, they would not choose to invite trouble at this time. A Type 7 crimson blood demon was already a huge threat. How could they resist the strongest attack of a Type 7 golden demon bird? This was practically suicide. However, Long Haochen made such a choice. It wasn't that he was courting death, but rather that he was looking at the bigger picture. The demons were powerful. Even if the 2 Type 7 powerhouses didn't appear, just the demon bird, mad demon, twin-headed demon vulture, and the warlock demon eye, who had already broken through the caravan's defensive line, would be able to grind them to death. Their only chance of survival was with Yu Yi. Therefore, no matter what, Long Haochen could not let Yu Yi be killed by the golden demon bird. Only when the forbidden spell was truly completed would they have a chance of survival. Therefore, regardless of how much pressure Long Haochen had to face, he had to fight for this opportunity for his companions. A scarlet light erupted from Long Haochen the moment the saint's spiritual stove connected with the golden demon bird. Behind him, a huge purple light brazenly rushed into Long Haochen's body. It was Long Haoyue. In an instant, Long Haochen's aura rose wildly, and his whole person entered a special state. He swept the holy spiritual shield in his hand, and with a loud bang, he actually knocked the scarlet blood-mad demon flying. At the same time, he slightly increased the distance between him and the golden demon bird's all-out attack. It could be clearly seen that Long Haochen's whole body was rippling with a layer of purple, and a pair of spiritual wings condensed from spiritual power instantly unfolded on his back. The light elemental fairy Yu Ting's body was currently burning with a dazzling golden flame. The incantation stopped, and she directly rushed to Long Haochen's back, sticking her whole body to him, causing the flames on Long Haochen's body to rise to the extreme. Yes, Long Haochen was going all out. He had to fight for this last chance for his companions. The holy spiritual shield brazenly switched to blue rain and hibiscus of light the moment it launched the shield attack. Immediately afterward, the rich energy of the 2 colors of blue and gold mixed together and instantly turned into a sharp awl, practically meeting the golden demon bird's all-out attack at the tip of the sword. Poof! A strange explosive sound rang out, and Long Houchen's body trembled like a sieve. Immediately afterward, blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, and his whole body was thrown backwards in the air. At this moment, the bodies of the 21st General-Level Monster Hunters all lit up with a dazzling golden light. Everyone, including Long Houchen, had a bright golden rune appear on their chests. Kai, Hanyu, Sima Xian, Wang Yuan Yuan, Chining, and Lin Xan. The 6 of them let out a muffled groan at the same time, and their bodies swayed. The direction in which Long Houchen was sent flying was the place where the scarlet blood-mad demon was sent flying. The moment he flipped, the blue rain and hibiscus of light in his hands had already left his hands. They ruthlessly stabbed into the scarlet blood-mad demon's chest. The power of this special long sword exploded in an instant. The all-pervasive blue rain and the dazzling light were stirred up in the scarlet blood-mad demon's body. Dozens of bloody lights burst out from different parts of the scarlet blood-mad demon's body at the same time. This was a strike that Long Houchen had been planning for a long time, and it was a strike that he had given his all. The purple figure was the fusion of Hao Yue, and with the full boost from the light elemental fairy Yating. Long Houchen's cultivation base had been raised to the level of a rank 6 Radiance Knight in a short period of time. Not only that, but the moment before the fusion of Hao Yue, Long Houchen's body shone with a red light because he had used the sacrifice skill. The boost from the sacrifice skill was extremely powerful, and similarly the side effects were equally powerful. But at this time Long Houchen had no other choice, and he could only take a gamble. Not only did he have to face the golden demon bird's fatal blow, but he also had to face the scarlet blood mad demon's crazy counterattack. If he couldn't get rid of this rank 7 enemy, then who else on his side could resist his attack? Should he let Kaya resist it? Absolutely not. No matter what, Long Houchen would never forget his promise to Kaya. He would protect her for life. How could he let his beloved face such a dangerous situation? Therefore there was sacrifice, and at the final moment he even used all or nothing. The luminous rain hibiscus thorns first attack broke the golden demon bird's attack. With the soul chain's life sharing, his companions shared the damage for Long Houchen. Long Houchen's cultivation base had been raised to more than 3,000 spiritual energy points, and he was no longer the same as before. When his body was knocked back by the huge and terrifying impact, the blue rain and hibiscus of light in his hands burst forth with a powerful force for the second time. All or nothing and luminous rain hibiscus thorn fiercely pierced into the scarlet blood mad demon's body. And because of this, Long Houchen also received the scarlet blood mad demon's all-out attack. A sharp thorn pierced through his right shoulder and pierced through his body. The other 6 general-level monster hunters grunted once again, sharing the damage for Long Houchen. However, the pain of being pierced through and bleeding was obviously unbearable. Long Houchen didn't stop. As the blue rain and hibiscus of light stirred crazily, he once again steadied himself. He made a sweeping motion with the heavy sword in his hands. He was squeezing out the last of his spiritual energy from his sacrificial state. He could clearly see the terrifying scarlet golden flames suddenly blossoming. 2 gigantic blades of light swept out, and at least 30 mad demons and avian demons were instantly annihilated by this attack. Long Houchen's body swayed. The moment he launched this attack, his gaze had already turned to the roof of the carriage. He had already exhausted all of his strength, using all of his strength to kill the scarlet blood mad demon. He had also bought time for his companions and Yu Yi. Whether or not Yu Yi could complete that magic was no longer something he could decide. A black figure quietly jumped onto the roof of the carriage. A dark golden radiance rose into the sky in this bloodthirsty night. Thick, killing intent surged into the sky like a tidal wave, causing the golden demon bird that was swooping down to slow down. It was Kai could clearly see all of Long Houchen's efforts. She naturally understood why Long Houchin was doing this. When Long Houchin was blasted away by the golden lightning spear, the distance between him and the golden demon birds exceeded 50 meters. The saint's spiritual stove was broken. Ignoring the situation on the ground, the weaponless golden demon birds fell from the sky without hesitation, pouncing towards Yu Yi on the roof of the carriage. At this critical moment, Kai climbed onto the roof of the car. Overlord Stab. This was Kai's reply to the golden demon bird. In that instant, Kai's entire body was covered in a layer of dusky luster, and the killing intent within her was even more unparalleled. The killing intent bombarded the golden demon bird's body as if it had a substance, greatly reducing its momentum. In the next moment, Kai had already fiercely collided with it. If someone's eyesight was good enough, then they would be able to clearly see the incomparably gorgeous assassin's fighting technique. As an assassin, Kai didn't have the formidable defensive power of Long Houchin's divine defense. What she had was unparalleled technique and terrifying attacks. Her body jumped high into the air. The Overlord's stab collided with the golden demon bird's right claw. Kai's body also instantly became illusory. She didn't forcefully block in front of the golden demon birds. The explosive power of the Overlord's stab actually disappeared the moment they collided. In the next moment, the golden demon birds only tore apart Kai's illusion, the shadow clone. Kai appeared behind the golden demon birds. Her chest exploded with thousands of rays of white light, fiercely bombarding the golden demon bird's back. At the same time, her body suddenly stopped in the air. One could clearly see that behind her, countless gray light spiraled towards a point, and this point was the dark gold dagger in her right hand. It was obvious that this was a skill similar to Knight's Charge. To be able to use it in the air and stop in the air without the ability to fly, this was no ordinary skill. Under normal circumstances, even if Kai used the shadow clone and the 1,000 spiritual stove, she wouldn't be able to harm a peak rank 7 expert like the golden demon birds. However, the current situation didn't allow the golden demon birds to tangle with Kai. The golden demon bird's senses were very sharp. He could clearly feel that Yu Ye's magic could be completed at any moment. Even if he was injured, he had to stop Yu Yi first. Thus, even though he knew that Kai was already behind him, he didn't pay attention to her. He forcefully used his back to endure the 1,000 spiritual stoves attack. One had to say that the golden demon bird's physical body was too strong. Even ordinary rank 8 magic beasts couldn't compare to it. The 1,000 spiritual stoves' sharp attack only left streaks of blue blood on his back. It couldn't truly cause any fatal damage. Kai jumped up to a height of 7 meters, and after she exchanged places with the golden demon bird, the distance between the golden demon bird and Yu Yi was only 5 meters. It would hit Yu Yi in the blink of an eye. The golden demon bird's sharp claws had already stretched out. It looked like his attack was about to hit Yu Ye's body. At this moment, the white light that had previously stopped him appeared once again. Saint's spiritual stove. What was tacit understanding? True tacit understanding often came about in a life or death situation. Wasn't this the case right now? Chapter 75. After using the sacrifice skill and fusing with Haoyue, Long Houchin's spiritual energy was almost completely depleted after a few heavy blows. However, seeing Kai's actions, he still used the last of his strength to give her this help. It was also an incomparably important help. The saint's spiritual stove's attraction and pull were effective at the same time, forcibly pulling the golden demon bird to the side. Its sharp claws practically brushed past Yu Ye's head, the golden lightning even causing Yu Ye's long hair to curl a little. Countless gray rays converged into a dark golden dagger, carrying an unstoppable killing intent as it brazenly fell, ruthlessly stabbing into the golden demon bird's back. Even with the golden demon bird's tyrannical defense, this attack actually reached its hilt. The golden demon bird only felt a chill on its back, following which its entire body couldn't help but shiver, condensing killing intent onto a weapon to form a physical attack. Even a ninth-grade assassin couldn't do it. Kai relied on the support ability of the spiritual stove of Samsara. The spiritual stove of Samsara was hailed as the most powerful spiritual stove ever discovered by humans, and its effects were naturally incomparably huge. It wasn't as simple as activating the sword of Samsara. Kai, who had completely mastered the spiritual stove of Samsara, was still unparalleled in the entire team in terms of attack power. At this moment, a blood-red ray of light fiercely collided with the golden demon bird's flank, forcibly sending this peak 7th-grade powerhouse flying. Kai's dagger also left her hand, and with a flip, she landed on the roof of the car. The purple moon's reflection imperceptibly increased Kai's mysteriousness and strength. Her gaze, however, was only focused on one person below the car. Long Houchen's eyes revealed a gratified expression. After launching the final attack, blue rain and hibiscus of light had already been absorbed into his body. He raised his left hand with difficulty and gave Kai a thumbs up. At the same time, Long Houchen's body slowly slumped to the ground. A purple light flickered, and the Haoyue separated itself, carrying Long Houchen's body. The light elemental sprite Yuting directly entered Long Houchen's chest. Fortunately, Haoyue did not faint this time. A gentle white radiance blossomed, transforming into a pure white beam of light that surged into Long Houchen and Haoyue's bodies. The healer was not Hanyu, but soldier level number 4 monster hunters, Lo Shi. From the start of the battle until now, Lu Shi had never truly joined the battle, but he had the clearest view of the situation. He was already numb to Long Houchen and Kai's series of performances. The healing skill he had just used was the strongest ability he could do right now. At the top of the white beam of light, a pleasant tinkling sound gradually rang out. Then a pure white, 2-winged angel slowly emerged from the light. Spreading its wings, the angel slowly descended above Long Houchen's body. Rings of gentle white light quickly merged with Long Houchen's body. At this moment, Han Yu's healing skill had also arrived. However, the skill he used was an AoE healing skill. The faint golden radiance transformed into a golden rain of light that descended upon the 2 monster hunters. Han Yu's control was extremely precise. Under the effect of the healing, everyone felt their bodies warm up, indescribably comfortable. The skill Han Yu used was none other than Angel's Tears, which he had just learned not long ago. Meanwhile, the skill Lu Shi used was the powerful healing skill of a Tier 5 cleric, Angel's Heart. The wound on Long Houchen's shoulder healed at an astonishing speed. The overdraft on his body was also replenished. Under the combined effect of the 2 skills, Long Houchen, who had used the sacrifice skill, instantly felt a lot more comfortable. At least he didn't faint. He quickly took out a medicinal pill that could recover 500 spiritual energy points and swallowed it. Although he knew that he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time, he had to at least stay awake so that he could continue commanding the entire team. The golden demon bird didn't die from Kai's attack. However, when it was sent flying by Lung Xiao, it no longer had a chance to stop Yu Yi. The terrifying forbidden spell that everyone had been waiting for finally descended. Whoosh! The scroll floated up, and the light connecting Yu Yi and the purple moon in the sky suddenly dimmed. Then, specks of purple starlight rippled out. The moon in the sky suddenly enlarged at an exponential speed. An unparalleled ancient pressure suddenly erupted. The huge purple moon turned into the cross-section of a huge pillar. The purple light fell, and the huge pillar descended. On the huge pillar, there were countless moonlights. Every moon had a different pattern. There were full moons, first quarter moons, and last quarter moons. However, all of them were rippling with a hazy moonlight. The moment this towering pillar fell, It was as if the entire space had frozen. The carriage directly below, as well as the area with a diameter of 100 meters around the carriage, were all enveloped by this huge pillar of light. Balls of moonlight began to ripple within the 100-meter radius. Regardless of whether it was the demon bird, the mad demon, or the previously incomparably powerful golden demon bird, they were all instantly frozen in the different waves of moonlight. They froze into purple statues that stood where they were without the slightest change in their movements. The only exceptions were Long Houchen, the 2 monster hunters, and the remaining dozen or so magicians from the caravan. Of course, there was also Lung Shao. Yu Ye's body disappeared. When the scroll flew up and turned into purple light, she disappeared. At this moment, the demon army that was charging towards the carriage seemed to be frozen in place. Even the most hot-tempered and crazy mad demons' eyes were filled with fear. In the void, a huge figure that was 100 meters tall gradually appeared. At this moment, not only the demon army, but Long Houchen and the others also felt the same way. What is this? What is this huge pillar of light? Even though they weren't hurt, they recognized it. This was clearly a demon god pillar. Even if it was just a projection of a demon god pillar, the aura that belonged to the demon god pillar was also real. Moreover, the aura that this demon god pillar emitted was second only to Demon Emperor Fengxiu's heaven, defying demon dragon pillar among all the demon god pillars that Long Houchen had seen. It was much more powerful than the demon god pillars of the other 3 demon gods that he had seen. Is this the forbidden spell? A demon god pillar that was triggered by magic? Could it be that the one that Yu Yi attracted was really a demon god? Soon, Long Houchen had an answer to this question. This forbidden spell of Yu Yi was not a real demon god. At most, it was just a projection of a demon god. Because the huge figure that was gradually becoming clearer was Yu Yi herself. At this moment, Yu Yi was floating there quietly. Her huge body was still so coordinated. Her silver hair, purple eyes, and her gorgeous dress that rippled with countless moonlight ripples. She slowly raised her arms, and her calm but strange voice seemed to echo in the entire space. All despicable acts that blaspheme the moon will be punished by the moon. Balls of moonlight floated outwards. Some were in the air, some were close to the ground. As far as the eye could see, it instantly turned into a purple sea. As if being purified within the range of the purple moonlight, whether it was the demons or the corpses, they were all melting at an alarming rate. What was even more shocking was that the tens of thousands of demon army did not have the slightest intention of escaping. They were just trembling there waiting for the baptism of the terrifying moonlight. Lu Shi's voice was a little trembling, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. This is the demon god pillar of the moon demon Agars. The moon demon Agars, ranked second among the 72 demon god pillars, was second only to the demon emperor. He was a trusted subordinate of the demon emperor, and his position among the demons was similar to that of the prime minister. He was also the most powerful existence after the demon emperor. His ability was almost entirely reflected in the aspect of magic. It could be said that he was the strongest in dark magic in the world. He appeared completely in human form, and his most prominent characteristics were his silver hair and purple eyes. Long Houchen and the others felt a little dazed. In this dazzling moonlight, they could see that the demon army in the distance, which was incomparably ferocious a moment ago, was disappearing at an alarming rate. Kill those statues. A cold voice echoed in Long Houchen and the others' ears. It was Yu Ye's voice. Just as Long Houchen and the others saw, the power of this forbidden spell was mainly reflected in a radius of 100 meters, and within this range, the forbidden spell only had the effect of confinement. A black light flashed, and Kai was the first to recover from the shock and was also the first to make a move. Her gaze directly found the golden demon bird that posed the greatest threat. Under the restraint of the purple moonlight, the powerful golden demon bird could only be meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The others' reactions were not slow either. and the battle broke out again. However, this time, it had become a pure one-sided massacre. Try to save as much spiritual energy as possible to kill the enemies. It's all merit, shouted Long Houchen in a low voice so that all his companions could hear him. He could not participate in this massacre now, so he sat cross-legged on Haiyue's back and entered a state of meditation. It had to be said that Lu Shi's healing ability was quite strong, but even so, it could not make up for the consumption of Long Houchen's sacrifice. According to Long Houchen's own estimates, this time's strong burst of power combined with Haiyue's, in addition to the injuries. Even with the full healing of a priest of Lu Shi's level, it would take 3 days to recover to peak condition. Fortunately, most of his companions still retained their basic strength. However, the road ahead would probably be even more difficult. A diameter of 100 meters wasn't a small area, but after all the demons within this area had been sealed. With the 2 demon hunt squads and the remaining magicians working together, it didn't take them long to kill all the demons. The purple light on the demons that were killed would disappear. Kai brought back the golden demon bird's corpse without hesitation and threw it to Lin Xan. The 6 soldier-level monster hunters acted as if they did not see the scene, and their expressions were very calm. The moon demon descended, and the terrifying forbidden spell had an extremely strong aura, but strangely it did not make a sound. The huge group of purple moonlight came and left quickly. In just a short while, all the light had disappeared, and what was left was a large amount of residual light. The moonlight covered an area with a diameter of almost 1,000 meters. There was no one left alive in this area, be it the sky or the ground. After the bombardment of the forbidden spell, the demon's army of 50,000 were only left with slightly more than 10,000. Looking at the purple light in front of them, they no longer had the courage to attack. Xiao Xiao, you drive the carriage. Magicians, get on the carriage. Close combat troops, follow the carriage. Let's charge out. Yu Ye's figure reappeared on the roof of the carriage. Her face was snow white, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. Blood was flowing out of all her orifices on her snow-white face. No matter how beautiful she was, she looked like a mournful female ghost at this moment. However, even though her body was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to collapse, she was still able to calmly make arrangements. Just as Long Houchen had predicted, the moment the forbidden spell ended was the best time to break out of their encirclement. The demon army was in a state of panic, and a large number of goods were left here. This was the best chance for them to escape. Long Houchen gave his companions a look, and they immediately entered the carriage without hesitation. The interior of the carriage was extremely spacious. It could even accommodate 20 people without a problem. The horses that were pulling the carriage were not ordinary horses, but level 2 iron bristled horses. This kind of magical beast did not have much attack power, but had excellent endurance. They were especially good at adapting to various terrains. In the desert, they were even more useful than camels. Their majestic bodies were at least a foot taller than ordinary horses. Yu Ye's carriage was pulled by 16 iron-bristled horses. Although the battle was fierce, these iron-bristled horses were well protected by the magicians. This was also the order that Yu Yi gave them. These iron-bristled horses were the last hope to break out of the encirclement. No one fought with the 2 monster hunters. Lu Shi, Yi Jun, Bai Xiaoma, Lin Xian, and Chen Yinger, the 5 of them were the first to get on the carriage. It could be said that if it were not for the strong performance of the 2 monster hunters, the magicians who belonged to the caravan would not have lasted until this moment. In particular, Long Houchen's display of strength and heroism made these mages admire him from the bottom of their hearts. The close combat profession did not get on the carriage. Instead, they surrounded the carriage. Long Houchen said to Lin Xian, who was not far away, "Sister, we will be in front." The other close combat profession get on the roof of the carriage. Protect the carriage. Now all the remaining close combat profession belonged to the 2 monster hunters. They naturally did not disobey Long Houchen's order. Haoyue's 3 heads and 6 eyes seemed a little dim. Before it was teleported here, Long Houchen had already asked Haoyue to prepare the chaos element stripping skill through their spiritual link. Otherwise, it would not be able to use such a powerful skill the moment it was teleported here. Using a skill of a higher level and merging with Long Houchen, although it received good healing, it still consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Haoyue had evolved to a certain extent, and its overall strength had increased a lot. Therefore, it still had a certain amount of combat power. Lung Xiao helped Yi jump onto the shaft of the carriage. She was not very familiar with driving a carriage, but she had a strong wild aura. With a wave of her whip, the iron-bristled horses immediately ran in a direction obediently. In this bloody night, they did not care about the direction. Escaping from here was the most important thing. Yi leaned on Lung Xiao, but her eyes were fixed on Long Houchen, who was riding on 3 Haoyue's back. Kai did not get on the roof of the carriage. She stood quietly beside Yi. If Long Houchen was obstructed by enemies, she would be the first to act. Lu Shi's upper body emerged from the carriage window. He did not say anything, but the staff in his hand shone with a milky white light that enveloped Long Houchen and Haoyue. This was the first time Long Houchen had received the all-out healing of a Tier 5 cleric. He didn't know what kind of skill Lu Shi had cast, but under her healing, the massive amount of mana he had consumed previously recovered at a frightening rate. Even the potential cost of sacrifice was recovering. No matter how many healing skills Hanyu learned, he was still a guardian knight, not a true cleric. A powerful cleric's role in a team was irreplaceable. Lung Xiao looked at the healing spells that swept past him and frowned. He whispered to Yi in disgust, "Are they the guards you hired?" Yi shook her head, but there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. It had to be said that the remaining demons were scared silly by the forbidden spell. However, the demon army still had more than 10,000 of them, and they were surrounding them. With Long Houchen's current state and numbers, it would not be easy for them to break out. A confrontation was inevitable. When they were only 100 meters away from the panicking demon army, Long Houchen, who was riding on Haoyue's back, suddenly shouted, "Got it!" Channing responded in a sweet voice. Yi, Lung Xiao, and the magicians from the caravan didn't feel anything special when they heard her voice. However, the 2 monster hunters looked at the female summoner who was leaning against the carriage window in surprise. Since the beginning of the battle, Channing had been staying by Lin Xian's side obediently. In such an intense situation, she didn't make a move at all. The monster hunters of the soldier level number 4 had some understanding of her. They knew that her summoning skills were not reliable, so they didn't pay much attention to it. However, the demon hunters of the general level number 21 monster hunters were very clear that Channing, or who had the soul summoning beast Mirror Divine Pig, was not that weak. Moreover, they still remembered that Long Houchen had whispered a few words to Channing, or before the battle began. They originally thought that it was to reduce the consumption of magical crystals as much as possible, but now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. Otherwise, why would Long Houchen immediately call her at such a critical moment of breaking out of the encirclement? Channing acted quickly. She stuffed a level 5 magical crystal into the Mirror Divine Pig's mouth, and a layer of strange silver light suddenly appeared on her and the pig's body. This was different from the silver light released by Silver Light and Space Magicians. The magic released by Space Magicians was pure silver, but the magic that rippled around Channing and her Mirror Divine Pig was silver starlight. It looked a little more fantastical. The Mirror Divine Pigmedal was originally snuggling lazily in Channing's arms, but after eating the magic crystal, it suddenly became energetic. Under the silver light, its body actually floated in the carriage. Channing was muttering something in a low voice, but the silver star continued to connect her and the mirror god treasure pig. Channing's eyes were like 2 bright stars, dazzling and dazzling. Everyone around could feel the strong spiritual fluctuations that emerged around her body at this time. Although the demon army was in a panic, they had a large number of people, and the fear in their hearts was gradually decreasing with the disappearance of the forbidden spell. At this time, as long as they received the stimulation of close combat, their combat power was likely to recover quickly. Breaking out of the encirclement was obviously not so easy for Long Haochen and the others who were already exhausted. Lung Xiao and Yu Yi both frowned. They had already done their best. At this time, Yu Yi could not even use the slightest bit of strength. The large overdraft of her spiritual power made her likely to faint at any time. Lu Shi's healing did not take care of her. Even if she was willing to heal her, she did not dare to ask for it. Whether it was Yu Yi or Lung Xiao, their attributes were mainly dark. Wouldn't it be courting death to be healed by a light priest? As Lung Xiao rode the Iron Mane horse, his spirit was already invisibly tense. The caravan magicians in the carriage were also squeezing out their remaining spiritual power, ready to release magic to attack at any time. Long Haochen and Lin Xan, who were at the forefront, were about to come into contact with the demons on the opposite side. Suddenly, a loud and clear dragon roar rang out without warning. In the night, the black figure was not obvious, but this sudden dragon roar attracted the attention of all the demon army. Thick scales, two huge spiral-shaped twisted horns on its head, a pair of terrifying wings that seemed to cover the sky, and a pair of dark red eyes that exuded a terrifying aura. It was a black dragon, breathing heavily. Its huge wings suddenly flapped, and its majestic body that was like a mountain went straight to the demon army in front of it. Demons had always been the rule of the law of the jungle, the cruelest food chain. And at the very top of the food chain was without a doubt the demon god emperor. The demon emperor had his own bloodline tribe, which was the Defiant Demon Dragon Clan. Therefore, he was also called the Defiant Demon Dragon Emperor. The Defiant Demon Dragon was the title of the demons themselves, while the title given to them by humans was simply two words: Black Dragon. The reason why the Demon Dragon Emperor was able to firmly rule all the demons was not only because of his own strength, but also because of the powerful tribe he owned. There were not many clansmen of the Defiant Demon Dragon Clan. At its peak, there were no more than 2,000 clansmen. However, even newborn black dragons were innately powerful existences of the 7th rank, and adult defiant demon dragons were even more terrifying at the 8th rank. There was no need for any growth process at all. Among them, those who could grow to the 9th rank were the personal guards of the demon emperor Feng Xiu, collectively known as the Black Dragon Guards. The reproduction of the Defiant Demon Dragon Clan was extremely slow. They only had a chance to give birth once every 100 years, and they could only give birth to one offspring at a time. Perhaps because they were demons, the reproduction method of these black dragons was completely different from other dragons. They were not oviparous, but viviparous, which was one of the important reasons why the Defiant Demon Dragons were extremely powerful from the moment they were born. Every time they gave birth, the Defiant Demon Dragons could only give birth to one offspring. The situation of twins might not even appear once in 1,000 years. The strength of these black dragons could be seen directly from the size of their bodies. Those that were less than 20 meters long were collectively known as the juvenile stage. Those that were between 20 and 50 meters were the adult stage, which was around the 8th rank. As for those that were more than 50 meters long, they were the personal guards of the Demon Dragon Emperor. Among them, the Demon Dragon Emperor Feng Xiu had 12 demon kings under him, and their bodies could reach more than 80 meters. It was said that their spiritual energy was more than 300,000. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Defiant Demon Dragon Clan was. If it weren't for the many powerful equipment, the Demon Dragon Emperor would not be able to threaten the Demon Dragon Emperor with just his own strength. At this moment, the huge figure that appeared in the sky was more than 50 meters long. After the dragon's roar attracted everyone's attention, a faint layer of dark purple erupted from its body. There was no terrifying pressure, But the moment this huge body suddenly appeared above the carriage and spread its wings, the heart of the demon army was finally broken. In the face of this terrifying black dragon, which was obviously at the level of the personal guards of the demon emperor, the demons of the Narek province who participated in the demon army instantly collapsed and scattered in panic. In the hearts of the demons, even the most powerful human might not be able to make them fear, but the existence from the top of the food chain of their own race would make them feel unparalleled panic. This panic was simply uncontrollable, caused by the most basic fear in their bloodline. Under the dull gaze of Lung Xiao, Yu Yi, and everyone except Long Haochen and Qinning, the insurmountable moat in front of them disappeared just like that. "Speed up!" Long Haochen shouted, and the Haoyue under him suddenly accelerated, rushing to the front with Lin Xian's rose unicorn. Lung Xiao almost subconsciously urged the Iron Mane horse to pull the carriage with the solidified levitation spell and rush to the front under the leadership of Long Haochen. The huge black dragon in the sky was their real vanguard. Wherever it passed, the demon army collapsed, and no demons had the courage to attack it. Yu Yi whispered to Lung Xiao beside her, "Your guardian?" Lung Xiao shook his head, sluggishly. "I sneaked out this time. Where did the guardian come from? That seems to be fake. It doesn't have the aura of my people." "Fake?" Yu Yi was stunned, but with her intelligence, she immediately thought of the shout Long Haochen made to Qinning. Looking at the young knight riding on the back of the three-headed He, her eyes became more confused. "Who is he? Is what I see really his actual age?" At full speed, 10 minutes was enough to cover nearly 10 miles. The demon army had been left far behind, and at this time, even if the demon army wanted to catch up, they might not be able to catch up. The black dragon in the sky that was almost invincible suddenly disappeared without warning. At the same time, the silver light in Channing, Er's eyes also disappeared. The mirror image treasure pig appeared lazily in Channing, Er's arms. It seemed to be extremely tired, and soon after it closed its eyes, it let out a snoring sound. But on the surface of its soft skin, a faint silver light gradually spread, and its aura seemed to have changed. The way the mirror image treasure pig evolved was different from other demonic beasts. It would not evolve purely by eating magic crystals. It could only store some energy in its body. Only by absorbing the enemy's fear through simulation would it promote the conversion of the energy for its own use. This was a very complicated evolution process, but obviously everything that it had experienced just now was the driving force for its evolution. As for how long it would take to complete the evolution, it was hard to say. Channing also looked a little tired and directly sat cross-legged in the carriage to recover her spiritual power. Everyone looked at her differently. They had seen the black dragon condense with their own eyes, and it was transformed from that seemingly harmless little pig. The female summoner that the soldier level 4 monster hunters thought was trash had unexpectedly become such a powerful existence, and the last trace of superiority in their hearts had disappeared. The mirror image treasure pig could simulate all demonic beasts it had seen before, and it only needed to consume its own spiritual power. Just now, it had used the ability of simulation and not mirror copy. In this case, the flaw was actually very big, and it did not have the aura of the black dragon. It had seen this black dragon at the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass when the demon emperor appeared. However, the demon army in Narek province had been frightened by the previous forbidden spell, and when they suddenly saw an existence near the top of the food chain, how could their psychological defense not collapse? Could they still keep calm and feel the aura of the black dragon? How many of them could feel the true aura of the black dragon? However, even if it was just the appearance of the black dragon, the consumption of spiritual power was huge. A level 5 magic crystal was thus wasted. This was the energy that the mirror image treasure pig needed to replenish. Otherwise, it would not be able to make the illusion so huge. That was a rank 9 black dragon. Others might have seen the powerful ability of Channing, Oi's summoned beast. But a few people with discerning eyes saw the foresight of Long Houchen's plan. When they were guarding the carriage before, even in the most difficult situation, he did not let Chinning or make a move. If the black dragon had appeared at that time, it would definitely have bought a lot of time. Although it would have been seen through, it would have been much easier to guard the roof of the carriage. However, if Chan Inger had really made a move at that time, would they still be able to break out of the encirclement calmly? The illusion ability was often the most effective when used for the first time, and it was the least likely to be seen through. It would only be a joke to use it multiple times in front of the same opponent. Taking one last look at Long Houchen in front of her, Yu Yi slowly fell into Lung Zhao's arms and fell into a coma. They galloped all the way without stopping for a full 4 hours. The danger was not over. Under the leadership of Long Houchen, they just ran in one direction. Even with the endurance of the iron bristle horse, after running for 4 hours, its speed had decreased significantly. In the carriage, everyone was seizing the time to rest. No one knew if the danger was really far away. From time to time, Lu Shi would release recovery magic on Long Houchen, Lin Xian and their mounts. It was obviously not the time to rest yet. Finally, when they saw a large forest, Long Houchen asked Haoyue to slow down and led the carriage into the forest. Haoyue stopped in his tracks, and the iron-bristled horses that were snorting heavily behind him also stopped. Lung Zhao's physical strength was very good, but after going through a big battle and continuously running for their lives, she was also exhausted. She leaned on the carriage behind her and panted slightly. "Rest here. We will continue our journey in 2 hours. Everyone can eat something." Yu Yi was in a coma. He had become everyone's commander. Without Long Houchen's order, the 2 Monster Hunters members, General Level 21 and Soldier Level 4, had already gotten off the carriage and gathered around Long Houchen. Long Houchen glanced at them. "How is everyone's recovery?" Everyone nodded at him. Although the carriage was a little crowded, it was very stable. After 4 hours of traveling, everyone in the carriage had enough rest. In the previous battle, they didn't face any strong enemies. Most of them had light injuries. With Lu Shi and Han Yu's treatment, they had almost recovered. Long Houchen's gaze fell on Dian Yan. Seeing the sorrow in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "My condolences." Dian Yan's uncle, Dian Xian, was the captain of the caravan's guards. He was undoubtedly drowned by the demon army. When he was besieged, no one had the ability to save him. Dian Yan didn't say anything. He just lowered his head. His eyes were filled with hatred and something sparkling. Sima Xian stood beside him. He raised his hand and patted Dian Yan's shoulder. A strong sense of hatred rose between the 2 monster hunters almost instantly. Among them, too many of their relatives had died in the war with the demons. "Leader Long, how are you? You overexerted yourself in the previous battle. I'm afraid you won't be able to recover in a short period of time." "Lu," she asked Long Houchen worriedly. Long Houchen smiled. "I can still hold on. Thank you for your treatment, Leader Lu." Lu, she shook her head lightly. "Don't call me leader. From now on, there's only one team. That's you, number 21 general level. We're willing to be your subordinates. I've already discussed it with my companions. For this mission, we'll give up all the profits and the merit we lent you." Long Houchen was stunned. "Leader Lu, Lu," she smiled bitterly. "If you call me leader again, we won't have the face to stay. Following the wandering merchants into the demons' territory was our idea, but it brought such a huge crisis to the entire team. We won't run away from this responsibility. We've all seen Leader Long's commanding ability and personal strength. To be able to carry out this mission with you is to increase our experience. How could we dare to ask for anything else?" The battle had left a deep impression on Lu Shi and the members of the number 4 soldier level monster hunters. Perhaps they could compare to the other members of the number 1 soldier level monster hunters. However, Long Houchen, their leader, was someone they admired greatly. Chapter 76. When facing the enemy, Long Houchin was facing the most powerful enemy. When commanding, he was able to prepare for a rainy day and had great foresight, leading the whole team out of a deadly situation without a single casualty. Whether it was strength, decisiveness, wisdom, or leadership, he showed Lu Shi that he was a true leader. Under Long Houchin's command, the combat power of the rank 21 monster hunters was maximized, and at the same time, they had effectively preserved their strength. And how much contribution did their 4th soldier grade demon hunt squad have? Just Long Houchin alone was enough to match the entire team's contribution. At the same time, Lu Shi was deeply aware of the difficulty of commanding a team as a cleric. Although a cleric had a certain level of combat power, it was more important for them to wholeheartedly heal the team. In terms of on-the-spot command, they were far inferior to the judgment of the knight, who was charging in the front line. The reason why the knight was known as the mainstay of the monster hunters was because his ability could radiate to the entire field. Looking at the sincerity in Lu Shi's eyes, Long Houchin smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you don't have to belittle yourself. Nothing that we have agreed on will change. We will definitely do what we have promised. We have already taken 70% of the profits, so naturally we have to do more. Leader Long." Lu Shi wanted to say something else, but Long Houchin raised his hand to stop him. Long Houchin's expression became serious. "Now is not the time to discuss this issue. I just want to say 2 things. First, I want to emphasize that during the battle, everyone must follow orders strictly, because even if only one of you makes a mistake, it is very likely that the whole team will be wiped out. That's right, demons are our mortal enemies. Every one of us wants to kill as many demons as possible. However, for the sake of long-term considerations, impulsiveness will only turn us into demons. If we want to kill more demons and avenge our comrades, then the first thing we need to do is to protect ourselves as much as possible. If you have any opinions about my command, you can raise them during non-combat time, and we will discuss them together. If my ability is not enough to command the whole team, I will step down and give way. However, once we enter the battlefield, I hope that the previous situation will not occur again. If anyone makes a mistake in battle and affects the survival of the entire team, don't blame me for mercilessly kicking them out of the team." "Yes." The 12 people responded at the same time, including Dian Yen, who was filled with sorrow. Long Houchin said, "The second matter is what we're going to do next. Just now, when I was hurrying along, I had been adjusting the direction by checking the map. We have no way out. Behind us is the Narek province of the demons. Since the demons there dared to rob all the goods of Ye's caravan, they naturally had to silence them. So, we can only keep moving forward. Now, we are about 400 miles into the demons' territory. The terrain of Narek province is long and narrow, and the overall area is not large. In about 6 hours, we will be able to rush out of this province. However, as long as we are in the territory of the demons, there is no such thing as safety. Therefore, please remain vigilant at all times. Now, let's talk about everyone's thoughts on the follow-up. After we pass through the Narek province, do we continue straight to the mission goal, or do we take a detour back to the Alliance? After the battle just now, everyone deeply felt the danger of being in the territory of the demons. Of course, the probability of being surrounded by the demon army was not high, but this was the territory of the demons. Without the cover of the caravan, the rest of their journey would not be smooth. Through the previous battle, there was no doubt that Long Houchin had established enough prestige in the team. However, he did not arbitrarily decide the future direction of the team. Instead, he let everyone express their opinions. This alone made Lu Shi admire him even more. He asked himself if he could do the same in the same situation. Let's continue moving forward. After all, being surrounded by the demon army is a small probability event. As long as we don't encounter demons that are above grade 7, self-preservation is not a problem. We only have 12 people, and the target is not too big. Although the territory of the demons is dangerous, risks and opportunities also coexist. The growth of monster hunters has always been carried out in the process of hunting demons. Lu Shi said his thoughts. His words were also agreed by most of the people. Although the battle with the demon army in the Narak province was thrilling, these demon hunters were the best of the younger generation in the Temple League. Each of them had been strictly examined by the Alliance. Their loyalty to the Alliance and their belief in fighting against the demons were extremely firm. Moreover, under the command of Long Haochen, they still maintained their full combat effectiveness. How could they back down? Seeing that everyone's opinion was basically unanimous, Long Haochen nodded and said, "Well, in that case, we will immediately solve the problem in front of us." As he spoke, he glanced at the carriage. After 4 hours of rest, Yu Yi had already woken up. Although her face was still pale, there was some vigor in her eyes. She had taken some medicinal pills and was sitting on the shaft of the carriage with Lung Shao, talking about something. The 2 hours of rest passed quickly. The 2 monster hunters, demon hunters, and the magicians got on the carriage together. But Lung Shao and you were still sitting on the shaft outside the carriage. Lin Xian did not follow Long Haochen and also got on the carriage. Only Long Haochen took Kai, or to Yu Yi, and Lung Shao. Seeing the 2 of them coming over, Yu Yi smiled indifferently and said, "I think you want to talk to me, right? But before that, can I first know the name of my savior? Let me introduce myself first. I am Yu Yi, the current leader of Ye's Chamber of Commerce. She is Lung Shao, my friend." Long Haochen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but he quickly returned to normal. "Hello, President Yu Yi. I am Long Haochen." Long Haochen. Yi seemed to be chewing on the name. Looking at Long Haochen's handsome face, she smiled and said, "I really want to know your age, can I?" Long Haochen shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I can't delay my apology." Yi sighed softly and said, "If my Chamber of Commerce really had an outstanding young powerhouse like you, I wouldn't have to be so tired. Unfortunately, you don't belong to my caravan. In my memory, there is no such name as Long Haochen, nor is there a knight with a saint's spiritual stove. You saved us, so what do you want in return?" Long Haochen frowned and sighed, saying, "This choice is actually very difficult, President Yu Yi." At this moment, his eyes were brimming with an indescribable meaning. There was also a trace of faintly discernible killing intent. "What do you want?" Lung Zhao's body moved horizontally, blocking in front of Yu Yi. After 2 hours of rest, her body had recovered a lot. Kai, slowly took a step forward. A sharp killing intent instantly locked onto Lung Zhao. At this moment, an unexpected scene appeared for Long Haochen. Bang! A white palm cut from behind at the intersection of Lung Zhao's neck and shoulder. Lung Zhao's body went limp. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she fell into Ye's embrace. Yi gently put Lung Zhao down beside her, letting her lean against the carriage. Only then did she raise her head to look at Long Haochen and Kai, saying indifferently, "I think now we can have a good talk." Long Haochen held Kai, Er's hand, hinting her not to be impulsive. He indifferently smiled and said, "President Yu, ye must have guessed what I want to do." Yi sighed softly and said, "Isn't the same as those bastards in Narak province silencing them? Young monster hunters captain." Long Haochen's pupils contracted slightly. "President Yi is very smart." Yi smiled bitterly and said, "If I was really smart, I wouldn't have led the caravan out this time to take such a risk. Although I haven't been in charge of the Chamber of Commerce for long, I have traveled this trade route more than a dozen times. For young powerhouses like you, besides the monster hunters of the Temple League, I can't think of any other possibility. If my guess is correct, all you need is a single command from you, and all my subordinates in the carriage will perish. It's a pity that, although I guessed your identity, I didn't expect you to act so quickly. With the overall strength of the 2 of you monster hunters, I don't think we are a threat, right? Long Houchin smiled and said, "A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. If I'm not wrong, President you should have reinforcements. And I'm afraid the reinforcements are quite strong." Yi was stunned, but she didn't try to hide it. She just asked curiously, "How did you guess it?" Long Houchin said, "Although President Yu's strength isn't too strong, to be able to take out the rank 9 forbidden spell scroll of the Moon Devils to summon the Moon Demon, I'm afraid your status among the Moon Devils is not low. The Moon Demon is ranked 2nd among the 72 demon god pillars. The demons of Narek Province dared to offend you, so I don't believe that you didn't prepare at all. With your status, the powerhouses of the Moon Devil clan should arrive soon, am I right? The Moon Devils are not something that we, small monster hunters, can compete with. Therefore, in order to hide the secret of our identity, we had to act against you. Even if I guessed wrong, I can't let my companions take the risk." Yi looked at Long Houchin quietly. She suddenly smiled. It had to be said that her appearance was extremely beautiful, on the same level as Kyr. Her purple eyes were even more charming and luxurious. "You are the best knight I have ever seen. If I were the leader of the demons, knowing that there is such a young and excellent knight like you, I will definitely use all means to kill you. Otherwise, in the future, you are likely to become a huge threat to the demons." Long Houchin looked at her in surprise. "Are you not a demon? The color of your eyes has already betrayed you, Miss Moon Devils." Yi raised her hands, and the nails of her right hand instantly scratched her left wrist. Suddenly, dark red blood gushed out and slowly dripped down her white wrist. Seeing the blood flowing out of her wrist, both Long Houchin and Kyr were shocked. Advanced demons had a very human-like appearance. Only some characteristics were slightly different from humans. The only real difference between humans and demons was their blood. Among the demons, no matter which race, the color of their blood was not red. There were purple, blue, green, black, and so on, but it was definitely not red. Yi used her actions to defend her identity. She, who had bright red blood, was not a real demon. Her right hand wiped over the wound, and the blood stopped flowing. Yi then said to Long Houchin, "To be precise, I am a hybrid of human and demons. My mother is a human woman. In addition to inheriting part of my father's inheritance, I also inherited my mother's human bloodline. Therefore, I'm more of a human. I'm not afraid to tell you that my father is the current Moon Demon. It's just because of my human bloodline that I don't have the qualifications to inherit the Moon Demon. So I became the president of Ye's Chamber of Commerce." At this point, she suddenly chuckled. However, this seemingly frivolous chuckle gave off a sorrowful feeling. "I'm a qualified wandering merchant. In my heart, there is no distinction between demons and humans. Therefore, I won't help humans deal with demons, nor will I help demons deal with humans. But you guys are different. If it weren't for your timely appearance, I would be a corpse now. No matter what your purpose is, I'm the ultimate beneficiary, and the result won't change. So, what I want to say is I'm more useful to you guys alive than dead." Speaking of this, Yi paused slightly and looked at Long Houchin with a deep gaze. "Leader Long, you're a smart person. As the daughter of the Moon Demon and the princess of the Moon Devils, although I don't have the right to inherit the demon god, I still have a high status among the demons. If you kill me, you won't get any merit points. Keeping me alive will be helpful for your future missions among the demons. You guys are my saviors, and I will always remember this. Of course, it's just empty words. I'm afraid it's hard for you to trust me. You guys are monster hunters, so you must have some restrictive methods. Just use them on me. Whether it's to survive or to repay your kindness, I have no other choice. However, I also want to ask you not to hurt Leng Xiao. She's my friend. She doesn't know anything about you guys. She just came to the caravan to play with me. The reason why I knocked her out was that I wanted her to live without knowing anything." Looking at Yi, Long Haochen suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. Whether her words were sincere or not, this woman was too smart. It could be said that she had a good grasp of the psychology of Long Haochen and the others. Every sentence she said was just right. Narrowing his eyes, Long Haochen said in a deep voice, "If I don't kill you, what kind of help can you bring to us?" Yu Yi smiled slightly. She knew that Long Haochen had been persuaded by her. No one is better at bringing humans or demons to the other party's territory than the wandering merchants. I know that you guys are not willing to stay and wait for the Moon Devil's reinforcements. I have some special things that can slightly change your appearance, turning you into noble demons. Together with my carriage and some necessary tokens, you only need to travel all the way through the city, and you can easily enter the depths of the demons and reach your destination. Long Haochen hesitated. In this situation, there was no doubt that killing Yu Yi and her people was the best way to cover up the situation of the two monster hunters sneaking into the territory of the demons. However, he had to be concerned about Yu Ye's ability. Who knew what kind of magic scrolls or weapons this woman carried? Even he and Kair were not sure that they could kill the opponent and retreat at the same time. Moreover, Yu Yi was not a pure demon. If he could get her sincere help, it would be very beneficial for the future development of the monster hunters. Such benefits could not be tolerated by Long Haochen, so he did not hesitate. "Long Haochen, I want to talk to her alone." Kair, who had been standing next to Long Haochen, suddenly said. Although Long Haochen was a little surprised, he still nodded. "Okay." Kair waved to Yu Yi. "Come with me." Looking at Kair's clear but emotionless eyes, Yu Ye's original confidence suddenly showed some cracks. She suddenly felt that the veiled girl standing next to Long Haochen was more dangerous. Although Long Haochen was strong and full of wisdom, he could still try to persuade her. However, Kair standing there was like an emotionless cold blade that could pierce her heart at any time. Yu Yi glanced at Long Haochen. Seeing that he did not respond, she felt a little depressed, but she still followed Kair to the side. Kair did not lead her far. After about 20 steps, she stopped and turned to face Yu Yi. "Seeing that you have human blood, we will give you this chance. However, don't try to play any tricks. It will not work and will only bring you to the end of your life." As she spoke, Kair's left hand suddenly moved and directly hit Yu Ye's chest. Yu Yi was shocked and subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the Kair in front of her suddenly became illusory. Then Yu Yi only felt that everything around her body seemed to have disappeared, and only endless murderous intent remained. What kind of ability is this? Yu Yi was greatly alarmed. That bone-chilling killing intent caused her to feel a chill run through her entire body, and her surroundings turned gray. In the next moment, an ice-cold little hand had already pressed against her chest. As if a sharp needle had pierced her heart, Yu Yi cried out in pain. Her body swayed, and she fell to the ground. The murderous intent came and went quickly. When the gray faded, Kair reappeared in front of her, as if nothing had happened. Yu Yi looked at the black-clothed girl in front of her in a daze. Right now, she was only thinking if she was in peak condition, would she be able to dodge that palm? The answer was no. Perhaps there was a chance if she was far away, but at this distance, even if she was stronger, she would not be able to dodge her attack. What a powerful assassin! No wonder she could even injure the Golden Devil. Her strength was probably not below Long Haochen's. Looking within herself and sensing the changes in her body, Yu Yi immediately turned pale with fright in the next moment. This was because she was shocked to discover that there really was a needle at the location of her heart. It was a small gray but crystalline needle. This needle was stuck close to her heart. It was clearly condensed from spiritual power, but it did not move at all. Apart from the occasional cold feeling, it did not seem to do any damage to her body. Obviously, this was only on the surface. How could it be harmless to have such a thing in her heart? Yu Ye's expression was a bit ugly. It had to be said that She was very smart. From Long Houchen's eyes, she could see the benevolence of this young knight. When she suggested that Long Houchen and the others put a restriction on her body, she still had a bit of hope. But now, that hope clearly did not exist. Kai said indifferently, I'll give you a warning. Don't try to remove the restriction I left on your body. In this world, I'm the only one who can remove it. Even the Demon Emperor cannot make it disappear, unless you are already a corpse by then. Ye could hear that this was not a threat. Kai's voice was very calm, completely describing a fact. Moreover, she could be considered to have seen a lot of things. She had never seen a restriction like this before. Kai turned around and returned to Long Houchen's side. Yi also stood up from the ground and pressed her right hand on her left chest. While panting, she looked at Kai with a bit of fear in her eyes. Kai nodded to Long Houchen and whispered something to him. Long Houchen nodded slightly, then looked at Yi and said, We agree to your conditions. Now you can take out whatever help you can to help us. I will leave you and Lung Shao alive. Yu Ye's face was a bit pale. Then when can this restriction of mine be removed? Kai said indifferently, As long as you can see me once a year, and I can live peacefully, this restriction will never flare up. To completely remove this restriction, there is only one possibility. That is, one day the demons will be destroyed. Yu Ye's eyes finally showed anger. Kai glanced at her coldly. Are you qualified to talk to us about conditions? Yi took a deep breath and calmed the anger in her heart. Of course, she did not want to die. In this world, everyone cherished their own life. I understand. As she spoke, the ruby ring on Yu Ye's hand shone brightly. One by one, things were released from it, and she explained to Long Houchen and Kai their functions. A quarter of an hour later, Long Houchen put away the things that Yi provided. Thank you for your help. If you are really loyal to humans, I believe it will be a good thing for the Alliance. Don't worry about the restriction on your body. If one day you show us your loyalty to humans, we will remove it for you. It is not safe here. We have to go. Yi nodded silently, looked at Long Houchen, and then looked at Kai. The light in her eyes fluctuated slightly, but there was a bit of sadness in her eyes, giving people a feeling of pitifulness. Before we go, can you do me one more thing? Yi pleaded in a low voice. Looking at her appearance, Long Houchen's heart softened. After all, he was only a youth and Kai had placed a restriction on Yi, so he felt somewhat apologetic in his heart. In this period of time, the things that Yi had taken out were sufficient proof of her sincerity, and she had no intention of playing tricks. Speak. Long Houchen's voice was clearly much gentler. Yi said, Please knock out my subordinates. I have a memory erasing spell, so they must be wiped. That way you will be the safest. Okay. Long Houchen agreed without hesitation and flicked his finger in the direction of the carriage. Immediately, a series of banging sounds came from inside the carriage. The rest of Yu Ye's subordinates were all magicians. In the face of close combat like wolves and tigers, how could they resist? 2 members of the monster hunters filed out and came to Long Houchen's side. Long Houchen said to Yi apologetically, We still have a long way to go, so we need to borrow some of your iron bristle horses. 10 of them will be enough, and the rest will be left for you. You should also leave this place as soon as possible. This place is still within the scope of the Narek province, so it is not too safe. Got it. Yi changed from her previous intelligent appearance and obediently agreed, as if she was a maid who had met her master. Kai frowned slightly. She didn't know why, but she found that she disliked the woman in front of her more and more. A faint light flashed, and Long Houchen's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Get on the horses, let's go. Everyone untied the iron bristle horses, one by one, except for Long Houchen, Lin Exan, and Kai, who didn't need one. The others each picked a horse and mounted it. Under the leadership of Long Houchin, they galloped into the distance. Watching them leave, the light in Yu Ye's eyes gradually became cold. Her right hand subconsciously touched her left chest, feeling the softness there, and also the trace of coldness inside. No matter how terrifying you are, you still have a weakness. As long as Long Houchin asks, you will definitely remove my restriction. Long Houchin, I will definitely succeed. Speaking of this, Yu Ye's face showed a trace of pride and nobility. She didn't lie to Long Houchin and the others. She was indeed the princess of the Moon Devils, and she didn't mind helping Long Houchin and the other 2 monster hunters. There was only one reason. It was because of Long Houchin. In addition to saving her life, there were other reasons. Although Yu Yi had human blood and couldn't inherit the position of the Moon Demon's demon god, she was known as the Moon Phase among the Moon Devils. She was extremely talented and had wisdom far beyond that of ordinary people. Even the Moon Demon relied on her very much. It could be said that she was the #1 genius of the Moon Devils. Because of this, Yu Yi had always been proud of himself since he was young. Because of her excellence, many of the top-ranked demon gods proposed to the Moon Demon, hoping to marry her. However, they were all rejected by Yu Yi without hesitation. There was only one reason for her rejection. Under the circumstances of the same age, whoever could defeat her in strength and wisdom would be qualified to marry her. There is no doubt that until now, among the demons, no one could do this except the heir of the Demon Emperor. However, the Demon Emperor wouldn't marry the Moon Demon. This was the rule. In order to ensure the purity of his bloodline, the heir of the Demon Emperor can only marry a woman of his own race or a female dragon. Yu Yi was 22 years old this year. Today, she finally met a man who could make her submit to him. Although the other party was a human, she still had an unprecedented feeling. It didn't mean that she liked Long Houchin, but that she had a desire to compete with him. At the same time, in her heart, she at least recognized that this man was worthy of her. Yu Ye's words came from the bottom of her heart. She had never seen herself as a demon, nor did she see herself as a human. She didn't have too deep feelings for either, nor did she reject them too much. What she followed was the concept of the strong being respected. With a flash of light, a scroll appeared in Yu Ye's hand. She walked slowly to the door of the carriage and threw the scroll open. A strong flame suddenly shone. She threw the scroll into the carriage and closed the door. A few seconds later, there was a loud bang. The heavy carriage bounced off the ground in the explosion. However, the carriage was really tough. It didn't explode under such circumstances. Lun Xiao, who was on the shaft of the carriage, was thrown into the air. The Iron Mane horse also panicked and wanted to run away. However, the carriage was too heavy. Before activating the levitation spell, they couldn't run even if they wanted to. Only the dead can keep secrets the best. Yu Ye's expression was very calm, as if she had done something very simple. Lun Xiao woke up from the fall. What happened? What happened? Climbing up from the ground, Lun Xiao saw Yu Yi at first glance. However, the next moment her gaze became blank. There seemed to be endless confusion in Yu Ye's purple eyes. She just stared at her silently. Lun Xiao's gaze was drawn to her and fell deeply. That's right, Yu Yi had the ability to erase some memories. Unfortunately, this ability consumed a lot of her mental energy, so she couldn't use it on many people. Those subordinates could kill to silence them, but Lun Xiao obviously couldn't. As for what happened after they left the carriage, Long Houchin and the rest had no idea. They ran all the way. When dawn broke, they had already run for another 200 miles. They chose a secluded place to rest. Long Houchin didn't kill Yu Yi and her subordinates. If this decision was made in the past, he would definitely be questioned by his companions. However, this time, everyone was surprisingly calm, especially the 6 soldier level 4 monster hunters. They didn't even ask a single question. This wasn't fear, but trust. They trusted Long Houchin almost blindly. Ever since he left the Temple League, Long Houchin had never made a wrong decision. He used his own ability to prove to everyone that he was an excellent commander. This time, they brought enough water and food to last them for 3 months. Eating and drinking wasn't a problem. After replenishing their strength, Long Houchin didn't rush to bring them away. Instead, he spread out the map and took out some of the things that Yi gave them. Everyone, change your clothes. And this. It was a thin crystal piece, and each piece was rippling with faint magic waves. Long Houchin demonstrated how to use it. Not long after, the 13 of them all changed their appearance. The overall change wasn't big, mainly in terms of clothes. Purple robes became the main theme. Everyone's clothes were similar. The robes that were too long could be folded. After some slight modifications by the girls, they basically fit well. At the same time, the color of their eyes changed. Everyone's pupils turned purple. Behind their purple robes, there was a crescent moon. The delicate crystal piece was the magic eye that Lung Xiao and Yu Yi had worn before. However, Yu Yi had given Long Houchin and the others purple. This outfit, coupled with the change in the color of their eyes, made Long Houchin and the others completely look like moon devils. Of course, it wasn't just their appearance. Each of them also had an identity token of the moon devils. Although this token wasn't a magic device, it had the unique bloodline aura of the moon devils. It wasn't easy to make. With it, Long Houchin and the others would naturally release the unique coldness and evil charm of the moon devils. They had become high-level demons. Leader, what do we do next? Do we really swagger into the demon's city like Yu Yi said? Sima Xian asked. Long Houchin shook his head and said, No, we aren't demons after all. Although the things we have to hide our identity are enough. We can't be like the demons in terms of habits and details. Once we enter the demon's city, so many high-level demons will definitely pay attention to us, and there is a possibility of us being exposed. Moreover, since we are high-level demons, we can't ride low-level beasts like the iron bristle horses. If we enter the city, we will have to abandon these beasts. Therefore, I just checked the route, and we have enough supplies. Let's follow our original plan to avoid the city as much as possible and go to the Howling Fear Cave as quickly as possible to complete the mission. There was no doubt that Long Houchin's idea was very cautious. He would never completely trust Yu Yi. Everyone nodded in agreement. Long Houchin said to his companions on the general level number 21 Monster Hunter side, Let's gather the merit points and distribute them. Although he was fair, he was not pedantic. He didn't propose to share the merit points with the general level number 4 Monster Hunters. After all, there was a difference in strength between the 2 Monster Hunters, and their contribution to the whole team was different. Long Houchin also had to consider the opinions of his companions. Naturally, his companions didn't have any objections to his proposal. That's right, after entering the demon's territory, they encountered a lot of trouble. But at the same time, the rewards this time were quite generous. The general level number 4 Monster Hunters obtained quite a lot of merit points from killing the demons. Each mad demon was worth 4 merit points, and the bird demon was worth as much as 6 merit points. The other demons were also much more powerful than the dual-bladed demon. Long Houchin's side earned even more. The Crimson Blood demon died in the hands of Long Houchin, and the Golden Bird demon died in the hands of Kair. These 2 rank 7 demons definitely had more than 1,000 merit points. It was already enough for Long Houchin's team to repay their debts. Moreover, Long Houchin had led the team to kill so many great bird demons before. The corpses of the strong demons were all collected by Lin Exan. Just these corpses and the magic crystals inside were worth quite a lot. As a result, the happiest person in the whole team was Lin Exan. With so many good materials, he would be able to refine many pills when he returned. Not only could Lin Exan's pills be sold for gold coins outside, there were also many people who were willing to buy them in the Monster Hunters Trading Center.